The Irish Canyon remains timber sale. We just need a vote of approval for the board. As you'll remember, this was brought for first approval at the June 5th meeting. But we do recommend approval. The Irish Canyon remains timber sale. We just.
I thought that was me, Ben. I'm coming on. So
I can follow up with any questions that the board may have. So again, as the director commented that this sale was already approved to sell. This is in Sblc County on state land that's right up adjacent to the Bridger Teton National Forest. There were 2 bids and Dennis Trucking was the highest bidder. And so we would recommend that the board approve this timber sale so we can put it under contract.
members of the board, comments, questions? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman would move director's recommendation.
It's been seconded by the auditor, moved by the superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. C3 is the other matter for vote by the board. This was also brought at the June 5th meeting for first approval. This is the Boundary Forest timber sale. I don't know, Forester Norris, if you'd like to add anything on it.
Sure thing. So this is the boundary timber sale. The timber sale is actually right up against the South Dakota boundary in Crook County. It was put out to bid after the approval of the first, as the director said, in June. We did receive 1 bid from Nyman Timber Company. And so our recommendation through the director is to approve this sale, and we will go under contract with Nyman Timber for the implementation of this timber sale.
Questions? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
thank you, Mr. Chairman, would move director's recommendation.
Thank you. Is there support for the superintendent's motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, next Forester Norris can provide her forestry and fire report.
All right. Good morning. Happy August. I will kick off my report with everyone, typically with the wildland fire updates. Wyoming has had 505 wildfires that have burned approximately 20,158 acres. In comparison to last year at this time, Wyoming is tracking way ahead in the number of fires, over 100 or so, but have been very successful in keeping fires small, as our total acreage is 49,000 acres less this year than last year. We have 7 emergency fire suppression account approved fires so far this season. This is the same number of EFSA approved fires at the beginning of August last year, although this year's EFSA fires are trending to be less expensive. We have 13 counties that have some level or portion of their county in a fire restriction, and numerous counties are planning to do so in the near future. The national preparedness level is back up to preparedness level 4. Nationally, total acres burned are at 83% of the 10-year average, but fires are 120% of the 10-year average, so very similar to Wyoming. Above normal potential is forecasted for southwestern and western Wyoming for August and persistent into September for the Bridger Teton National Forest. The east side of the divide, the pattern has been much more favorable. We've been receiving quite a bit more moisture. Overall, the trend in the long-range forecast will likely see warmer and drier conditions than normal for Wyoming. Our aviation assets have been busy. Wyoming Helitack program has responded to 26 fires and have had over 118 flight hours. Our medium helicopter has responded to 8 fires. Between the 2 helicopters, we are at the same number of fire responses as we were last August. Our contracted single-engine air tankers have responded to 24 fires, dropped over 76,000 gallons of retardant, 2,400 gallons of water, and flown over 142 hours. State Forestry, along with Wyoming BLM and Campbell County, officially set up the Gillette reload base for our seats. We will be ready to mobilize the site for use when needed and with a functional trailer for operations, which is exciting. The smoke busters have responded to 6 wildfires in 4 different counties so far this summer. At the beginning of July, Wyoming was experiencing more than 10 fires per day. And with the fuels indices as well as the weather predictions, that brought us concern going into that long holiday weekend over the 4th of July. So State Forestry utilized the Emergency Fire Suppression Account emergency rules and brought in a South Dakota module for pre-positioning. Over the course of the few days that module assisted, they assisted with 5 different fires that county engines could not access. We found the ability to pre-position resources very useful and effective for response, especially in the collaboration with our local county and federal resources. Speaking about the emergency fire suppression rules, we are continuing to take public comment through August 11th on the proposed rule changes. After public comment closes, we will take all comments into consideration and continue with the rule change process. State Forestry has recently started a test pilot project with the company Pano to provide live fire detection through 360-degree cameras around the Casper Mountain area. Pano is providing 3 cameras, and State Forestry is utilizing a grant funding for that 4th camera. Currently, there are 3 cameras already live, and our staff, as well as the Interagency Dispatch Center, Natrona and Converse County Dispatch Centers, fire wardens, federal fire leadership, we're all getting training and accessing the notification and interface system. We're working with Pano to get a public-facing program that we can add to our website. The cameras were able to pick up the muddy fire and provided a notification to Casper Interagency Dispatch. We hope this new pilot program will help us identify fires as quickly as possible within this area so we can better protect the homes, private and state lands, and critical infrastructure within the area. The last fire update I want to share with the board is about the Wyoming Fire Service Hall of Fame. The Wyoming Fire Service Hall of Fame recognizes the accomplishments and deeds of our individual firefighters or EMS personnel of career, combination, or volunteer fire who in their service to first responders and citizens of Wyoming have excelled in their dedication and service. This year, Wyoming State Forestry is proud to announce that Carl Young, a member of the State Forestry family, has been honored with this award. Carl worked for Wyoming State Forestry from 1987 to 2002, totaling 15 years of honorable service with the state. Upon retirement, Carl continued to participate as a volunteer firefighter for the community of Newcastle. Carl did pass away earlier this year, but his family will be in attendance for the award ceremony. The Fire Service Hall of Fame ceremony will be held August 16th at 10:30 a.m. in Riverton at the Fire Academy. Moving on to Forestry and G&A update. On August 1st, Governor Gordon signed Executive Order 2025-4, Increase of Active Forest Management in Wyoming. The new executive order provides clear direction and support for Wyoming State Forestry to expand our work. This executive order supports President Trump's executive order, the immediate expansion of American timber production, and it brings it to Wyoming at all levels, local, state, and federal. Currently, State Forestry has 43 Good Neighbor Authority contracts that are active or planned for 2025, treating 25,000 acres of federal lands. These contracts cover a variety of projects. The majority of them are timber sales, but there are thinning, fuels mitigation, aspen enhancement, and NEPA surveys being completed. We have been expanding our Good Neighbor Authority staff capacity by creating and hiring a full-time G&A forester for the Black Hills, and are in the process of creating our second full-time position, which will be located for the Bridger-Teton National Forest. Through integrated planning with the U.S. Forest Service and BLM, we've already committed to an additional 20 projects covering 8,000 acres for next year. State Forestry completed a huge milestone with the Bureau of Reclamation as we finalized a Good Neighbor Authority agreement with the BOR to complete 250 acres of fuel mitigation work within the Keyhole Reservoir. We're the first state forestry agency to have a Good Neighbor Authority agreement with the BOR. Over the last year, State Forestry has worked to increase timber harvesting on state trust lands. Currently, we have 34 timber sales or commercial permits under contract or planned to be within contract, as these 2 were just approved, in the near future. And they're going to cover over 5,000 acres and should produce about 18 million board feet. At the Wyoming Executive Order signing, State Forestry invited Wyoming's forest industry, federal agencies, county commissioners, conservation districts, other Wyoming state agencies, and our Wyoming fire organizations to partner with us closely as we work to increase timber outputs, stabilize supply, and revitalize rural economies. I do want to give a quick update on our cooperative assistance program. Recently, State Forestry was given the go-ahead from the Forest Service to start implementing a $1.5 million private landowner cost-share grant, which we were awarded earlier this year. This new grant is to assist private landowners implement active forest management, helping get important cross-boundary project work done. Executing this grant falls right in line with the direction given through Wyoming's new executive order. State Forestry is excited to announce the 2025 Wyoming Forest Landowner of the Year, Gregory Wittenberg of Francis J. Cross Ranch. The Francis J. Cross Ranch, there isn't a community even close to it. It's located in the Laramie Mountains, rural Converse County. The property's been highly active in forest management and has completed over 1 mile of shaded fuel breaks, 2 defensible spaces, 60 acres of thinning, and a small timber sale, with future plans of a larger timber sale and aspen enhancement work over the next year. We appreciate the efforts of Wyoming's private forest landowners and what they do to keep our forests healthy and resilient. And the last update I would like to provide is an important forest policy update, national, to the board. On June 23rd, U.S. Secretary Agriculture Brooke Rollins announced the rescission of the 2001 roadless rule. We expect the NEPA process for this welcome change to begin in the very near future and plan to participate in the development of these changes with Wyoming's counties and conservation districts. And with that, I will end here and open it up to any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Forrest. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah. First of all, Governor, I like that executive order. I think
Thank
that's
you.
a good one. Yeah, yeah. A couple of things. Just for my information and other people's, all of the beetle kill wood and all of that stuff, is it there for the taking if somebody just wanted to, ask the state or whomever that they just tell you we're going to go out and we're going to take some of that stuff? Is it free?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, if it was only that simple.
Yes, yes.
Yes and no. It is, it depends on where it is. If it's on Forest Service lands or not. If it's in roadless or wilderness, it's probably not available.
Yeah.
If it is on state trust lands and we can help access, yes, we absolutely would definitely work with those that are interested. And I do think BLM, Forest Service, and State Forestry all work together and trying to also get even just personal use permits, firewood permits, all of those things available. So it just would depend on where that is located. And yes, we can help. I would say reach out to your local forestry office and we can help.
Yeah. So I guess maybe to move it along, maybe get a map of all of those places there, paint them green and have it on your website. And these are areas with notification that you can harvest, the beetle kill and other down wood for I guess nothing, except for your sweat equity. Yeah.
Okay.
And the reason I'm thinking about that, Mr. Chairman, the activated carbon up there is having difficulties getting up to 800 on the iodine thing. And if they actually mixed it with the normal way that activated carbon is produced, I think they could well exceed that threshold and have a marketable product. So just I'm going to make it known to them that if they want to entertain that part of a business, that the cost is going to be relatively small, and so the areas right around Gillette in that area that would be available for harvest, that would be something I'd be interested in with sharing with them.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
Mr. Treasurer, that's good to know where the area is. That is more state and BLM lands. There was quite a bit of burnt timber right outside of Gillette that I know is still available. And there is other salvage sales within those areas. But there's less beetle kill in the Ponderosa than there is in the Lodgepole.
Right, right.
But
I don't believe they need a large amount of it, but if the feedstock for that process is relatively small, that they might entertain moving that direction. The other thing, and I know we've talked about this before, is trying to get some I guess the continuity and the uniformity and the the software that both the federal and state agencies use. And I'd ask you just not to forget that in this process. I think it's well underneath the thoughts of what the governor's proposed. But I think that will give us a doorway to the future where essentially as these things proceed, we'll have even more cooperation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further questions? Further questions? Very good. I would just remind people if they are going out to do that, that they need to make sure their saws have spark arresters and all that sort of stuff.
Yes, I agree, especially in August and September.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Forrester. Please, Director.
Mr. Chairman, we are now to tab E, surface lease matters. The first matter for the board's consideration is E1, cancellation of lease request. This is lease number 1-7179. This lessee is Leah Churches. This annual rental was due in October of 2024. And after the required certified mailings and contacts, we have not received responses. So our office is recommending cancellation of this lease.
Any questions for the staff first? If there are none, is there anyone here to speak to the matter? Anyone here online? Don't see anybody, Mr. Bump? Okay. Members of the board?
I move Director's Rex, Mr. Chairman, that the board cancel grazing agricultural lease number 1-7179 for the reasons stated in the director's request for cancellation of the lease dated June 17th, 2025.
Okay. It's been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the auditor. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next matter is E2. That is also a cancellation of a grazing lease. This is lease number 1-8544. As mentioned in your briefings, we have had conversations with this lessee and they've indicated that this lease does not have value for them, though it does need to go through the process of cancellation. So we are recommending cancellation of lease number 1-8544.
Thank you. Questions for the board? I have one. So this then becomes vacant?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone here to address the board? Anyone online? Hearing none? I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation.
Thank you.
Second.
It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next is E3. This is the Conservation Reserve Program Grasslands Contract Matter. This is a request from Ballinger Rocking R Ranch LLC to update their contract that allows them to participate in the Grasslands CRP program for the remainder of their grazing lease on their state parcel. We are recommending approval of this request.
Thank you. Any questions? Anyone here to address the board? Anyone online? Hearing none?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a comment that I think that I'd like to have a better understanding, for the whole board on this conservation lease things, and because it looks like there's circumstances that I think maybe we could get some more out of these things, but we need to understand that program a little bit. So that might be something when we have ample time and we're all prepared to have a better understanding of those.
Yeah, and thank you for that, Mr. Treasurer. I share that. These are contracts, and so just sort of understanding the dynamics and how that goes. And how it participates.
And after we understand, we might have money, left on the table, and we better check it out.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good.
Move director's direction, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there a second? It's been seconded. I'll give it to the superintendent this time, auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next is matter E4. This is a special use lease application for a compressor site and access road located in Campbell County. The acres utilized is 15.83 and the applicant is Thunder Creek Gas Service. Our recommendation is to approve this lease for a term of 30 years with an annual rental of $43,782.35.
Questions? Hearing none. Anyone to address the matter? Either here or online? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion.
Move the director's rec, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam. Seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next is matter E5, and this is also a special use lease application. However, it is one that is adding facilities that were previously under a temporary use permit. The applicant is EOG Resources up in Campbell County. The acres are 45.85 acres. It's a 25-year term, and the recommended rental would be $62,626.30 for the first year. And then the remaining years that added the additional facilities, $111,891.30. And we are recommending approval of this agreement.
Thank you, Madam Director. Any questions for the staff? Anyone here or online? There is no one. I would entertain a motion.
Move director's rec, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam. Seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This brings us to E6. This is bringing a agreement current that would be dated initiating in 2021. This is an entity that has had an agreement that lapsed. And so this is our attempt at creating some continuity. The lessee has been paying this entire time, but the recommendation is that the annual rental would be $7,350 per year. And it is a 25-year term.
Thank you. Any questions? Anyone online or here? Seeing none, I entertain a motion.
Move director's recommendation, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Second.
Been moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The final surface lease matter is E7, and that is an amendment of an existing special use lease. And the original use was an offset well pad and access road. This amendment adds a power line to this agreement. The original acres were 8.61. The amended will be 9.518. And the current rental is $13,351.50 per year. This will increase to $15,759.43 per year. Our office is recommending approval of this amendment to include that power line in this agreement.
Very good. Questions? Anyone here? I don't see anyone.
Just a comment, Mr. Chairman. I think if you look at these numbers, this just goes to show that when industry and other things use it, we get a lot more out of these and to the extent that we can, improve our state lands and continue to do this. And I think that's something where it's going to offer the school foundation a little bit of extra money that wouldn't be there. So this is really where we get our income, and I think this is just a heck of a deal for the state, and we need to make sure we do everything we can to keep those things from being interrupted.
Thank you. There is nothing.
Director's rec.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. You're on a
Thank you.
roll.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We now move to tab F, oil and gas matters. And the first matter on the list is matter F1, the oil and gas lease auction. And this is consideration for the board of the results of our July 9th, 2025 oil and gas lease auction. For the benefit of the group, there are 95 parcels that were that are nominated to be leased through this approval. And that totaled 33,628.80 acres on those successful bids. $2,413,700. Of those 84 parcels were offered at a royalty rate of 16 2/3% and 11 were offered at a royalty rate of 12.5%. We are requesting approval from the board for these auction results.
Thank you. Questions? Questions? Any? All right, I guess I entertain a motion. Approve the auction results.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there support for the motion?
Second.
Been seconded by the treasurer?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Thank
madam.
you, Mr. Chairman. Would just abstain from Kirkwood Oil and Gas, not because I have any conflict of interest, but just in case there's perceived conflict. Thank you.
Duly understood. Thank you. Noted for the record. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next for the board's consideration is matter F2, and this is a lease term extension request from Texas Independent Exploration Limited. This request is for a one-year term extension due to matters outside of the company's control. They had this lease, they were part of a DSU, but were not able to go into production because the entity holding the APD did not take the lease into production. However, they have acquired a portion of the assets of that company and are working with the Oil and Gas Commission to ensure bringing this lease into production, and think one more year extension would allow them the ability to do that. Our office is recommending approval of this extension request.
Thank you. Questions? Anyone here? There are none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The other request for extension is matter F3. And this is also,
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
sorry, I'm not sure that anybody actually made a motion for the last.
Yeah, on this last one. What?
okay,
okay,
okay, my
So,
mistake.
so move, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Third.
Okay, we'll do the vote again with the note of the Kirkwood. So, all right, thank you. Getting ahead of myself.
We're just flying through these.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry. All right, Mr. Chairman, now to F3, and this is also a one-year lease term extension from the same entity, Texas Independent Exploration Limited. This situation, per their request, is that they have not been able to take this lease into production because of restrictions on BLM land that is part of the horizontal drilling they want to do. They anticipate that these restrictions should be lifted and they should be able to bring this lease into production within the timeframe of this one-year extension. Our office is recommending approval of this request.
Questions? Anyone here? Not, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move director's rec.
Thank you. Is there support?
Second.
It's been, I'll go to the superintendent. Yes. Moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That brings us to tab G, which is miscellaneous mineral matters. And G1 is uranium lease applications. As the board will recall, this matter was brought forward at the June 5th meeting and tabled for the board's consideration. Our office is recommending that the board approve these applications described in the matter, but as brought to the board's attention, there was a comment brought forward on lease number 044030. And I don't know if anyone would like to speak on this matter, but we also should have attendance from all of the applicants today in case there are questions from the board.
All right. Members of the board, how would you like to proceed on this matter? There are a couple of companies, there's comment. You want to proceed one by one?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. The board will need to take this matter from the table in order to consider it.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I would move to take the item, any relevant items under G from the table.
okay. Motion has been made. It's been seconded. All in favor, or say, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion's before us. Okay, now I'll say. How would you like to proceed with this matter?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I might suggest, it appears that all but the first lease application are from the same company. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So perhaps would move a consent of Hydro Restoration Corp. And not address lease 0-44030.
Without objection, that seems to make sense to me.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to talk to the people, so they're here.
My understanding is that Hydro Restoration is maybe here. Did you say that, Director?
They should be, Mr. Chairman.
Are they online or?
Mr. Chairman, my contact with Hydro Restoration is Bill Sheriff. I've invited him and I don't see him online, and I'm not sure if he's in the room.
If there's anyone online that would like to address the board, please raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman, maybe they thought that this was gonna be a little bit later in the day. We've been flying through these. Should we take up the first one first and take up these after that?
I think that's probably wise, Mr. Secretary, if that fits with you. It is this constellation of leases that, raised a concern for me, just because we're leasing a lot of leases, a lot of land for 10-year intervals, and I would like to understand a little bit more. So without objection,
We just table it until we.
we can just hold it
Yeah.
until later in the day, if that's all right with everyone.
Yep.
We'll do that. All right.
Take up the 44-030.
Yep. So let's move on to
Okay, Mr. Chairman, for parliamentary reasons, I will move 44-030.
okay. Motion has been made for 44-030. I want to make sure we're in order on this one. Is there anyone here that would like to speak to this matter? If there isn't, is there support for the treasurer's motion?
Mr. Chairman, I will let the board know that we do have folks from DEQ here today, that if there are questions about permitting, reclamation, bonding, they're able to answer any questions in that area.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent,
Mr. Chairman, if we could bring DEQ representatives up, I'd have a couple of questions, if that would be all right.
that's fine. So we are holding on the second, giving a little bit of consideration to the treasurer's motion. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. I am just here to answer any questions folks have about the uranium permitting and licensing process.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you know whether or not this lease is going to be in situ mining or surface? And then also, based on your experience in this area, have you had any reported water contamination that's come to your office? It's gone through the process. And then any idea, and I don't know if the proponent of the project's here, but I was just wondering if they could speak to, if this is going to be already contaminated aquifer or potentially below drinking water. And so just wanted for you to speak to kind of your thoughts on that and if there's potential for this lease to lead to water contamination.
Mr. Chairman, Superintendent, so as far as this lease goes, we have not been contacted by any operators as far as intent. I believe it, typically the initial stage is exploration and going through the drilling notification process to explore the area. As far as whether or not there is, are we referring to the lease that is northwest of Douglas, Wyoming?
Yeah, section 23. And before did we get your name?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman. My name is Brandy O'Brien. I'm the administrator for the Land Quality Division.
Thank you.
So as far as this area, there is in situ mining in the area. We have Cameco Resources. And then there is a historic conventional mill in the area, ExxonMobil Highland. And as far as the specific location, I'm not aware of whether or not this would need to be in situ mining or conventional. I'm not, an applicant would need to come forward with that information for us to review. As far as aquifers and, if it were to be in situ mining, an applicant would have to go through the aquifer exemption process, where they would need to show that the aquifer is confined, and they would need to go through and show that the water would not be a source of drinking water currently or in the future, and that process would have to be reviewed by the and approved by the EPA. So we have a process where the Land Quality Division reviews it, the Water Quality Division reviews it, and then it goes to the EPA to review aquifer exemptions. And so during that process, there's a lot of opportunity for public comment if someone intends to get a permit to mine or a source material license. So when the application comes in, there's opportunity for public notice, and then when we deem it complete, there's also an opportunity for public notice. But as far as groundwater contamination in the area, Cameco in that area, they have monitored, all of our in situ mines have monitored wells around the area. And so we are not aware of any groundwater contamination leaving the site. And then our operators are required to clean up the groundwater prior to license termination. And then for the ExxonMobil site, we are currently reviewing the groundwater circumstances around there. So with the conventional mills where they have tailings, it's a lot more complicated than and historic. And so older designs were used. I am aware of some groundwater contamination that had gone down a southeast drainage, and so the site had expanded their boundary to include that. At this point, we are still reviewing their groundwater contamination levels and how far that could transport, and considering that and working with the operator to move towards site closure. But we are very careful in reviewing that to ensure that any waters outside the license boundary are not affected.
Mr. Chairman, clarification on a couple of things if the superintendent is done.
Mr. Chairman, the only other thing I would ask is if you could explain a little bit about bonding requirements that are involved in this type of operation.
Mr. Chairman, Superintendent, so for bonds, what we have very extensive bonding requirements. If it involves a source material license, we also look at radiological contamination to the surface and removing any contamination from that. But they have to, if it's an in situ mine, plugging and abandonment of all wells, cleaning up at the aquifer, which is an extensive process. They have to pay for, or not pay for, but provide bonding in the event that there was a forfeiture to, surface cleanup, groundwater cleanup, seeding, reclamation. It's very extensive what we review, and we review that annually.
Thanks. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, clarification, drinking water, does that include livestock?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, this someone from water quality would be better answered to, or be better equipped to answer specific questions in regards to how the aquifer exemption process works. But I do not believe it includes livestock.
That's problematic. Mr. Chairman, after you have contamination, whether it's surface or in situ, how can that actually be mitigated? I mean, I can't really understand how once it's in there, I mean, you can't snap your fingers and it's going to go away. Like you can scoop it up off the ground and put it in, concrete casks. So, that, yeah, that just seems like there's no answer to that, but tell me, hopefully there is.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, for groundwater cleanup, there are different phases that the operators do. One is a groundwater sweep, where they just pump out the water to pull in fresh native groundwater. They also go through an RO process where they run the water through filters and they'll pump down extra clean water. There are other things that companies have been experimenting with to get reducing conditions, to get the uranium to, not be mobilized in the water. So when they do the in situ process, what they do is they mobilize the uranium underground, typically with an oxidant, and then reducing is doing the opposite, getting it to stay put. And so there are things.
So mostly it's the old story of dilution is the solution in that regard?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I would say removal of it and then also dilution.
Yeah. Has there ever been a totally successful mitigation of a uranium aquifer contamination?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary.
Treasurer.
Or sorry,
Secretary,
Mr. Treasurer, sorry.
A lot of people make that.
Mr. Treasurer, I apologize. There have been sites that have been released. So we have a couple of different processes. If they meet their groundwater restoration standards that were set forth at the beginning, that site can be released. And then there's also the alternate concentration limits that a company can apply for. And in order to get that, they have to show that they've done reasonable efforts to clean it up as much as they can. And then they have to show that the levels at which the groundwater has, those constituents will not extend beyond the license boundary. And so, it's a very rigorous process. And I would like to note that once an aquifer is exempted, it is always exempted and will not be a source of drinking water in the future.
Okay. On surface versus in situ, it's been, I guess, asserted in a letter that we had from some local folks that the in situ is probably not I guess, a recoverable asset of uranium. I'm assuming that we can have these uranium releases, and this might be for the office, is that you can designate whether it's in situ or both, or just surface. I would assume that we can have leases like that.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, it really depends on the geology and whether there's an aquifer there. And I'm not familiar with this land to determine which it would be, but the operator can come in to apply for either, whichever is amenable.
Yeah. Does the uranium lease have the, I guess, the right of eminent domain for access? I know a residence in the middle of a state section, they can actually request a road.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we have experts in our division that would be able to answer those questions, but I am not able to.
Okay, I think that's about it. Oh, I know there's some things I probably are forgetting to ask, but this is a kind of a sticky wicket type of a situation here. Yep. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Booth, did you have a comment you were going to make? And then I'll come back to the superintendent.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was just going to point out the board's lease template doesn't specify specifically you're only allowed to do in situ or surface. It would allow both. And then I'd also point out that both conversations that I have with these two companies revolved around in situ mining only. Both companies appear to be engaged in numerous phases of uranium mining. And the reason for so many leases is because they anticipate the price of uranium is going to go up. They want to complete their exploration activities right now so that when it does increase in price, they can take advantage of that market.
And Mr. Booth, just a couple things before I go to the superintendent. I note that I think all of these are about prospecting. Tell me what sort of the course and timeline, and if there are any sort of follow-on requirements, follow-on anticipations for what this is.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. So these uranium leases are issued for a term of 10 years. And within that 10 years, they're allowed to prospect, explore, produce, and reclaim. And so that timeline is specifically on them. You know, on a case-by-case basis, certain scenarios can arise that may take longer to explore, maybe quicker to explore. So within that lease, there's flexibility to follow that full suite of exploration, production, and reclamation. In addition, they have the ability to potentially renew that lease if they can prove to the board that they've done their due diligence to try and reach a stage of production.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just want to clarify a little bit when we talk about groundwater contamination. When we're dealing with these areas for uranium mining, there could be some naturally contaminated groundwater, right? And so part of that process too is starting with your baseline and then identifying if increased contamination occurs. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, and then Superintendent, I apologize. So, yeah, you are correct. There is baseline sampling required where anyone who wants to do in situ mining has to identify, you know, the quality of groundwater prior, and there is existing contamination. There's uranium there naturally, otherwise they wouldn't be mining there. And so you have uranium, radium, other radionuclides where it's not ideal to have this be drinking water. And so oftentimes some of those constituents are lower after mining. Other constituents may be higher, but you're correct that it's typically, not clean groundwater.
Thank you.
Thank you. And from Mr. Treasurer, I do remember when John Wagner was the head of water quality going through this issue. And one of the challenges was that you could file for a well permit as domestic or livestock. And so reclamation to drinking water standards was sometimes complicated by the point that the superintendent just made. From the point of in situ mining, and I think there is a legacy surface mine out there and mill, as you pointed out. I think it was originally Exxon and then went to Cameco. That should be mostly reclaimed at this point, or do you have an idea on that?
Mr. Chairman, in that area, there is an active in situ mine, or it's in standby. Portions of it have been reclaimed. They're working on reclaiming others. And as far as the conventional mine, that has been reclaimed mostly. And then the mill portion that has been reclaimed, we are just working on groundwater concerns in that area.
And typically in situ has proven to be more economic, which is kind of the predominant way to produce uranium, I believe, in the state at this point. Is that?
Mr. Chairman, that appears to be so. That's the direction industry is going.
And so normally you would have, I think it's called a 5-spot or something like that in a well field. And can you just sort of describe, or if you're familiar, can you describe sort of how that works?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. So in order to be able to do in situ mining, it's typically in a sandstone aquifer where the uranium is attached to that sandstone. So what the companies will do is they will drill these patterns of wells, oftentimes a 5-spot pattern where they will have multiple injection injection wells with one recovery well in the middle, and they will inject native groundwater, typically with an oxidant in it. And what that does is it mobilizes the uranium. So the uranium will detach from that sandstone, and then they will pump that up to the surface to basically a water treatment plant, at which they will extract the uranium from that groundwater. And then they'll continue to use that groundwater to dissolve the uranium, dissolve the uranium and pump it back out.
And then it seems to me they have to have monitoring wells around the field as well to make sure there's no migration. Is that correct?
Correct, Mr. Chairman. They have monitoring wells outside of where they're mining, as well as in upper and lower aquifers, if there are any, to
Thank you.
ensure that it's not migrating.
Okay. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I guess, question, if you're in a in situ area that doesn't have groundwater, then I'm assuming that they're gonna have to get a permit from the state engineer, pipe it over to that section, and then, I guess, inject it on the floor and hope that it gets over to the center.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I am not aware of any in situ operations that have been done where there is not an aquifer.
Okay.
I don't believe that the economics are there.
Which would do that. And this is only a 40-acre spot, is that right? Oh, it's 160? Yeah, 160, okay. I guess I don't have any further questions, but I know we have some folks that are really concerned about this. I don't know if they're in their audience or not.
I'll call one last question on this. So I noticed that when I first began, I talked about this being a prospect. So presumably that's a drilling rig or with maybe a few holes in the area to kind of determine the size of the deposit and maybe the way it lays. After that, and my suspicion is they probably have to get some sort of permit from DEQ to do that. After that, if they want to develop a well field, they have further considerations. And they also have to go through the NRC and a couple of others. Is that, can you just kind of give us the litany of things that we have to do?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So first would be the exploration. Typically, this is done exploration by drilling. And so we receive a drilling notification form from the operator, and they tell us where they want to drill approximate number of wells, as well as other information, and they have to bond for that. And so as they plug and abandon those wells and show that, after they've drilled and identified what's there and where it is, they give us proof that they have plugged and abandonment, and we can reduce the bond as they go, but typically they'll just drill a set amount of wells, then plug abandon as they go. So they're bonded a certain amount. And then once they're finished with the exploration, they've shown that, the area has been reclaimed. If there is, potential to mine there, then the operator would come in. If it's an in situ mine, they have to come in for a permit to mine as well as a source material license. Wyoming is an agreement state program with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to regulate uranium milling. So the operator would need to get a license from us as opposed to the NRC. And there's a lot of opportunity for public comment with the permit to mine. When we get the application and deem it complete, it goes out to public notice. And then when the application is deemed technically adequate, there is also another public notice. They have to go through the aquifer exemption process as well. And then with the source material license, there is a separate public notice process for that as well. So it's a lot of permitting and licensing and a lot of public engagement in order to get those licenses and permits.
I guess a follow-up
you.
question, Mr.
Yep.
Chairman. On the reclamation, has it ever exceeded the bond? And if it does, then what are the circumstances that allows the state to I guess, get more money for the reclamation through the circumstance of the driller.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, for the drilling notifications, as far as the bonds, we base that on the cost of what they're proposing to do and cleaning it up. I personally am not familiar with one of those bonds being forfeited and the state having to go in and clean it up. It might have happened, but I'm personally not aware of it. As far as the in situ mining and the bond or conventional mining, the bond associated with that, that is reviewed annually by the Land Quality Division. And we look at several factors, inflation, any additional activities that have been done on site, and we adjust that annually to ensure that we have sufficient bond. We have not had, in my limited time with the division, we have not had an operator forfeit their bond for the in situ sites. There historically was one site, American Nuclear Corporation, where the bond was not sufficient. That was for the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And the NRC maintains or is responsible for cleaning up that site. There are no more funds for that site. That is the only one in the state that I am aware of that there hasn't been sufficient funds for cleanup, but that was held by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. They had determined the bond amount and it was not sufficient. But the state of Wyoming and the NRC does not review that as often as the state of Wyoming does.
So in all these circumstances, there's two bonds, the state bond, probably even a surface owner's bond. I know they have to get some, agreement with the surface owner. And then the NRC blankets or umbrellas over the top of that.
Mr. Chairman, with the American Nuclear Corporation, that was before Wyoming was an agreement state, which is why they held the bond.
I see.
But currently, just the state holds the bond, the Department of Environmental Quality currently for the mining process. I do believe that there's a bond with state lands, but as far as DEQ goes, now that we are an agreement state, we hold the bond.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. O'Brien. Any questions? Is there anyone here that wishes to address the board? If you're online, please just raise your hand, or Mr. Bump can probably track you.
Mr. Chairman, it appears that Munazam Ali Mahar is online. He represents UNXE 238 Corporation.
Okay. All right, I see the hand up for Mr. Brown, so let's go with Mr. Brown, and then we can go on to Mr. Mahar.
Okay, thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, hopefully I'm not jumping ahead on the agenda, but I just wanted to let people know that I'm attending and am happy to answer any questions about our application for the various parcels that we've requested to lease from the state office.
And just Mr. Brown, are you representing Hydro Restoration Corporation?
No, this is Powder River Basin. And I'm sorry, I'm just not sure when I'm on the agenda, so I just wanted to make sure that
all right,
that I can answer any questions when they come up.
And I will do, Mr. Brown. It appears you're ahead of us. So,
okay. All right. Thank you. Happy to just wait my turn.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Mahar.
Yeah, you guys can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I don't have, I talked with Mr. Cody Booth about my one lease about in section 23 northwestern part of section 23 in the Morton Ranch area. And that area has been very intensively explored in past, like 70s and 80s. There are more than, I think, 3,000 drill holes. And some of the drill holes we could find from the historical data, which is publicly available. So My personal background is I'm a uranium geologist, and I did PhD from University of Texas, El Paso, in 2013. And I personally think that this is a very, very promising area which has been explored over and over by Homestake Company, United Nuclear, and Teton Exploration. So there is a lot of data, and it's a very substantial place where giving the need of clean energy in the United States right now, I think we should forward this project further. In 1979, they tried to establish a mill. I don't 100% know that it was eventually established to um, mine these places, but whatever data could be available from regulatory commission, and what we found is that it was not operating, or it was very low, the maybe few 100,000 tons they processed. The rest of the uranium is still contained in this area, and not only in 23 section, all the northern 4 or 6 sections, which is primarily 15, um, 14, 10, 11, and 2, 3, and 34 and 33 on top of that township and range. So it's a very promising area. So our strategy is that we can evaluate this by writing a technical report 43101, and on the recommendation of that report, we will develop an exploration program by involving some other company, and we can do it ourselves. So, but everything should be planned wisely and environmentally, all the concerns should be addressed, and like a very responsible kind of exploration program, which should be in the community. The people who are in our community, they should be taken on board, and everything should be done like the way it should be. So I thought, like Cody Booth told me that there was some protest from the community about this one little section, but we will try to communicate with the surface owners, and because this thing, there are a lot of patent claims which were to some companies, and then it is very difficult to track who is the mineral owner. So we are trying our due diligence, and finally we will talk with the owner of the mineral rights in all other sections of this area. But since the part northwestern quarter of section 23 was the state property, so that's why I said, okay, go ahead, let's do this thing staked first, like a lease first, and then we will move to the other avenues and discuss with the community or the owners, and if we can come up with a plan that how we want to move this project forward.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Muhar, are there questions? Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mahar, thank you for being here. Have you approached any of the what would be your plan for access to this section of state land? And the reason I ask that is we have a letter in hand saying that there will be no access allowed around this land by the adjoining landowners. So I was just wondering what your plan for access might be to this section.
I don't have any plan. If there is no access, that's one of the very, very primary thing. If you cannot access the land, and we cannot explore. That's a simple answer. So in that regard, there will be very less. We cannot do much if there is no access, right? And our company is not at a stage where we can substantial amount put on in the court matters or those kind of things. If there is no access, unfortunately, we cannot move forward on this.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, on that note, and question for staff then, so what occurs, I know that there's maybe some statutes around access. What would occur if a state land parcel was surrounded and the surrounding owners were, and then I guess I would say too, on the surrounding land of these leases, is it all fee, do we know? Or are the rights of the minerals reserved to the feds and then you could access that way? Anyway, just curious about that.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, so with respect to this particular situation, I would just point out it's surrounded by two different private landowners in accordance with the parcel map viewer that I've witnessed. And it was Boner Brothers, I think, to the north, east, and west, and there was another individual to the south of that. We don't typically get involved in whether or not a mineral lessee can access a particular property. Oftentimes there's county roads and there's public access already. If it's already surrounded by private, then we rely on the lessee to gain access and use all the force and effect of the legal system as they see fit.
Okay.
I just have one comment if I can speak.
Please, we'll recognize you.
Yes, so the thing is that if there are state leases, not only this one, in general, there are other state leases, and if there are substantial mineral resources are there, and like I don't know that how these things like where state comes in, like what will be state can facilitate if state wants that these areas should be explored, mineral resources should be added to the state and country. So if we are not, there should be some kind of a way to do these things. Otherwise, if all the surface owners say that we don't give access, so how we will move forward our mineral exploration programs, not only uranium and others. So to me that it is very stringent and a very strong hold of the surface owner and this like if we cannot access to the state land, we cannot do anything. So how much leverage or like there should not be some kind of more legislation and some more rules and regulation which can create a conducive environment for the miners or the exploration companies. Right now the situation is that because I'm from Texas, in Texas and in Wyoming there are a lot of land is private land. It is very, very difficult to access a promising land part which is there is no bar to do exploration, but the access is very difficult. So I personally feel, just a comment, that there should be some more thinking on this, and if we can make it more flexible, and the state should be more powerful to have some assistance in that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Further comments from the board. I'm assuming, Mr. Ali Mohar, that we are on the section 23, northwest of section 23, the UNXE 238 corporation lease, which is appropriate. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this? If there isn't any further comment or question by the board, if not, I would entertain a motion pertinent to UNXE 238 Corporation's application.
I think I already moved that for discussion purposes.
That is
But
correct.
I don't
You
think
did.
there was
We
a
don't
second.
have a second. You're right. You're right.
Second.
That it's been seconded by the superintendent. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Thank you, Superintendent. With that, is there any further discussion or comment? Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, question for staff, not just for this lease, but as we go forward, for example, Hydro Restoration Corp, I think we all really want to hear from them, and they may or may not be here. Is it better to not vote on something And what is the effect if we vote something down? Can it be brought before us, or is it better to retable?
In the meantime, Mr. Chairman, really quick,
Yeah.
we are just on a motion for the UNX lease, correct?
238, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, so she's just asking that because
Yeah.
she's thinking ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, with respect to hydro restoration, in my conversations with them, they're peeringly going through a merger, and they were talking about potentially withdrawing their applications, and we talked about doing assignments rather than withdrawing because there's no guarantee of this merger or anything like that. And so based on those conversations, the answer I'd give to you is taking it to October may not miss any deadlines that they currently have. I haven't been communicated of any deadlines that they have in that regard. So if you'd like to hear from them, we can make it even more abundantly clear of their presence here, if that's what you'd like to do.
Thanks. Sorry.
All right. Thank you, Madam Auditor. And I'll call for another opportunity for hydro restoration before we finish these matters. But we are on 044030 lease number. Any further discussion? If there is none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
No.
No.
No, I will be an aye, so I think that fails. Move on to the next matter. Thank you, Mr. Ali Mahar, for being here. I'd like to have one more call for Hydro Restoration Corporation, if there is anyone who wishes to address the board. There is none, so I would entertain a motion, I guess, to table for October.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion is tabled.
On the road again.
Mr. Chairman, that brings you to matter G2, which are 4 applications from Powder River Basin LLC for uranium lease. And as mentioned earlier, there is a representative to answer questions here today. Our office is recommending approval of these leases.
All right. Mr. Brown, I think if you're back on, we can listen to your testimony.
Thank you. Apologies again for jumping ahead there. Wasn't quite sure of the sequence, but yes, we submitted these leases to supplement our land package in Converse County. We are currently have been through the permit process with the DEQ. We hold an existing valid drill notification, and we're drilling as we speak. Some of our drill holes are proximal to these state parcels, and we want to consolidate our land position. And really, that's why we've submitted the applications for these parcels. Again, just to be clear, this is an exploration project, early stages. There's been a significant amount of exploration drilling by previous companies in years past. We think there's an opportunity for an in situ recovery deposit in this area, but it's a long way between where we are today and that step. But as part of that, we want to consolidate our land position.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Are there questions for Mr. Brown? Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Brown, thank you for being here. Could you just talk us through sort of what your process is and theory on landowner communications and how Powder River deals with that?
Sure. Happy to expand on that. Full credit to our predecessor, Stakeholder Energy, who established very good working relationships with the 3 main ranchers out there. And we have continued that relationship in that we are very open with the landowners. We have significant contracts in place with all three of the main ranchers, surface use agreements that allow us access in exchange for some compensation, and long-term agreements with them. So in short, I think we've got a very good relationship with the landowners, and it's something that we go to great lengths to maintain.
Thank you.
Further questions? Mr. Brown, I do have one question. Are any of these prospects, you mentioned there are several others that have prospected out there, maybe produced in the areas. Are you close to those existing?
Well, there are other companies have done exploration out there on this particular block of ground that we now hold. There's been no production to my knowledge. That being said, we're adjacent to the Cameco property. The Smith Ranch Highland Mill is just a few miles away. So we are proximal to those, but again, no production that I know of on the grounds we hold.
Wonderful, thank you. Further questions? Further comments? If there are none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move director's recommendation on the 4 leases listed in Board Matter G2 to Powder River Basin LLC.
Second.
It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
I think in light of, you know, the circumstances with the uranium industry and the nuclear industry, I'd like to maybe have us do a review here of the surrounding states and other areas as far as what their lease rates are.
Okay.
Kind of update that and see, you know, a buck or two an acre might be
Right.
Yeah.
And Mr. Treasurer, that makes a lot of sense. I think, you know, Nebraska currently has uranium leasing. New Mexico does, Texas, Utah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that note, I mean, perhaps some more discussion with DEQ and maybe the state geologist on some of this, because what I get concerned about is one email with accusations that have not been proven, or even a report has not been made on prior accusations, and then we're voting down lease that's mineral development from the state. And I'm very interested in mineral development for our state. And so just maybe knowing those processes and having maybe a work session with DEQ and the state geologist. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
we have 2 requests on the table. I mean, do you have a plan on effectuating that? I mean, are we gonna try to get it on the agenda next time? I mean, because I've heard these requests. You only meet every other month, and I'm of the belief we should meet monthly, by the way. But you know, a lot of times it never comes into something on the agenda, and can we try to get something on there, get a plan on how we're gonna effectuate those things?
Sure. Thanks. All right.
Mr. Chairman, we'll add them to the agenda.
Okay, great. Thanks.
All right, Mr. Chairman, next up for your consideration is G3, and that is an application for sand, gravel, borrow material, and riprap. The applicant is Upslope Aggregate LLC. This is located in Converse County, and our recommendation would be approval of this application.
Any questions, comments? If not,
a refresher, Mr. Chairman, on the stipulations 1.5 and 136.
Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, number one is archaeology stipulation. If they run into anything, they've got to report that and follow the processes. Number five, big game crucial winter range. There's a timing stipulation and work with OSLI and Game and Fish on a plan to remediate any concerns there. And 136, aquatic invasive species, and that's for the prevention of spread. So there must be water nearby.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Is there anyone here to address the board on this matter? Please come on up if you want.
Good morning. Dustin Ewing on behalf of Upslope Aggregates.
And Dustin, if you press that little button that looks like a guy yelling or something.
There we go. Dustin Ewing with Upslope Aggregates. We're another company of the Wagon Hound Ranch up in Douglas, Wyoming. This particular gravel pit was existing on a ranch that we purchased, and it had already encroached on this 40 acres estate that I'm seeking. And we're just trying to clean up the area, and we are mining some gravel for county road projects, potentially the Laparelle Dam project. There's a couple other things kind of going on in the county, so that's our goal in that area.
Thank you, sir. Questions? Well, thank you very much for being here. If there are none, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move Director's Rec on Board Matter G3.
Thank you. It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the treasurer. Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to note that I believe William Sheriff with Hydro Restoration Corp., the applicant for the tabled matter, has joined the meeting. I don't know if the board would like to visit with him about that or not, but we did note that he has joined the meeting.
Mr. Sheriff, I really appreciate you being here. That matter has been tabled, and I think will be taken up in October. I would highly encourage you to be available for that. I really appreciate you getting on today. I will afford you just a quick comment, but as I say, the matter is not before us. I'll give you one more chance, Mr. Sheriff. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for coming on. All right. Thank you, Mr. Bump. We'll move on.
Sorry, sir. Can you hear me? I can now speak. I had my computer muted.
Okay.
If I may continue, sir.
Yeah, and did you understand the circumstances? I'm affording you very limited opportunity because the matter has been tabled for October, and I wanted to make sure I encouraged you to be there for October, but please just address the board quickly.
Yes, I appreciate the time to talk to you. I was in touch with a number of your staff over the past month and had sent along an rather lengthy conversation with Cody, and had sent that along, and I was not aware of the date and time of this meeting. Would have been quite happy to have joined it. I would ask if there's any chance possible to reopen the matter for the day. It'd be awfully convenient. Like I say, I apologize. I'd made considerable effort here, but didn't know exactly when the meeting was or when it was going to be held.
Yeah, and I apologize. It would not be in order to reopen the matter. So we will be, just so we have that, when is our meeting in October? October 2nd.
And would there be a time convening, and how would I get a link to such a meeting?
Mr. Booth or Mr. Bump, do you want to?
Mr. Chairman, the meeting will be at 8 a.m. The link will be posted on our website at lands.wyo.gov.
link.wyo.gov.
Mr. Chairman, lands.wyo.gov, or you could Google Office of State Lands and Investments.
Land.wyo.gov. Very good.
All right.
Thank you. So the matter will just be held in status until the next meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct. The matter has been tabled, so there will be no further action on it till it's removed from the table.
Very good. Is there any additional information, written or other, that the board would request in advance?
Yeah, that I would like to answer.
Okay, I'm gonna let the secretary, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to understand, on these uranium leases, who everybody is, if you know what I mean, beyond, and I think this is part of what we need to look at. I've been looking at in our office, and brought a suite of legislation to try to strengthen some of the standards in terms of filings with our office. But right now, you just need to be registered with the Secretary of State's office. I'd like to know a little more on what your background is and who you are, if possible, who your investors are, and everything else. And as I'm evaluating this decision, so obviously that's just sort of discretionary, and you can decide whether to answer
Sure.
that. But I think that like it just, we got to beef some of this stuff up, and that's not your fault. I mean, I think that it's something that we need to continue to work with the legislature on. But that's one of the things I'm seeking to answer on these leases always.
Sure. And may I ask if you did receive the communication by email that I sent Cody?
Mr. Booth and Mr. Sheriff, we're straying a little bit long. I think we will. I'll let Mr. Booth answer this question, and then I'm going to commend you to the board to make sure that.
That's fine. I appreciate your time and understand the situation. Just want to make sure you get the type of information you need.
Yep, Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman, I received his correspondence, and I'd be happy to provide that to the board to the extent that it'd be helpful.
Thank you.
And I'll also submit, unless you tell me not to, a suggestion as to how, and it's just a suggestion, but how other states have addressed this similar situation in terms of updating and tightening up on older regulations.
Thank you very much. Mr. Treasurer, this will be the last comment in this matter.
Quickly, it's not required in uranium, but it is in gas and oil production that whoever leases has a capability to actually perform the exploration and the production. Uranium, those will probably be tightened up. I hope that to where we're not dealing with speculators, but dealing with companies that can actually produce it. But at this point in time, it's not required, but it would go, I think, a long way to giving us comfort that we know that we're dealing with someone that actually is just not a speculator, but somebody that can actually prospect and produce. Thank you.
Mr. Sheriff, have the last.
Appreciate that and understand that, and had sent along significant information to that effect. So I would encourage you to take a look at that. And if you need additional information, please let me know, and I'll be glad to send that along as well. I am the executive chairman of one of only 2 ISR producers in the U.S. with 2 active plants in the state of Texas. We're producing about 2,000 to 3,000 pounds a day currently from those operations, and they're commencing a third towards the end of the year. Have a staff of about 150 employees in Texas. Here again, most of that's laid out. There are some complicated interconnecting company relationships. It's a series of public companies, but the mothership, Encore Energy, is the one that's involved in all of these matters, and as such is the largest company together. They have, through Hydro, been doing quite a bit of work in the state over the last few years, several $1 million worth, and have been active on a number of the leases. We have geologists, chemical engineers, landmen, a whole suite of
Mr.
people.
Sheriff,
So let's look at
these
that.
matters are appropriate for the October meeting.
I understand, and I appreciate your time so far. I just wanted to make sure I give you what you need. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much. All right, Madam Director, move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. G4 You'll see this is an amended matter from what was originally posted yesterday. We had an applicant withdraw their request to renew an application, so that has been removed from the matter. Otherwise, these are all renewals for sand and gravel leases for the term of 2 years, and our office is recommending approval.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Secretary.
Oh, never mind. That's on another one. This is G4, right?
This is
Okay, never mind.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there a second? It's been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Nays? That motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, next is matter G5. This is the consideration of renewal of application for coal lease. There are 2 requests within this board matter, both through applicant Thunder Basin Coal Company LLC. Our office is recommending approval.
Thank you. Questions for the staff?
Standard stipulation 57. I know what the other ones are.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, 57, known prehistoric cultural Native American or pioneer family resources. So they've got a confirmed location with SHPO before disturbance.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
would move director's recommendation.
Thank you. It's been moved by the superintendent, seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the final G matter is G6. This is an application for bentonite leased with Black Hills Bentonite LLC. This is a term of 10 years for this lease, and our office is recommending approval.
Any questions for the staff? Anyone either online or here that wishes to approach the board? If there are none, it's been moved by the treasurer. Is there support? It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. That motion carries. Nays, I'll ask nays. There are no nays, I'm sorry. Pro forma.
Mr. Chairman, we now move to tab H. The first matter, H1, are the statewide easement applications for approval by the board. Our office is recommending approval of the described applications in matter H1.
Any questions? Anyone? If there are none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move director's recommendation on all the applications under item H1.
It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next, we have matter H2, temporary use permits, statewide applications. You will see them all listed in H2 for the board's consideration, and our office is recommending approval of the above described applications for temporary use permits.
Any questions for the staff? Anyone want to address the board on any of the matters in H2? If there are none, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation on all of the temporary use permit applications under item H2.
Has been moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Finally, under tab I, miscellaneous matters, I1 is the request that the board consider enrollment of state land into a Wyoming Game and Fish walk-in area. This is in Natrona County, southwest of Casper. The parcel is approximately 530 acres. And not sure if we have anyone to speak on it, but our office is recommending approval of this walk-in area.
It appears that we have someone in Casper.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Oh, thanks for being here. folks in Casper. If I may, Mr. Chairman, Director, may I introduce these guys?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And a little bit more about the matter at hand here. So the Game and Fish Department and the Marton Ranch have requested this Game and Fish walking area. In 2022, the Marton Ranch transferred to the BLM. And over the past several years, the Game and Fish and the lessee have witnessed increasing public use of the state land that has unfortunately led to an increase in off-road driving, shooting issues, vandalism, littering, and trespassing onto the adjacent Marton Ranch private property. Restricting the motor vehicle use to the proposed designated roads and parking area would allow the continued use of the public of the state trust land for hunting, fishing, and general recreational use, while significantly reducing the ability for these detrimental activities and resource damages to occur. Additionally, state trust lands enrolled in walking areas receive the benefit of the increased presence of game and fish enforcement personnel and regular monitoring. There is an existing board-approved safety zone around the Marton Ranch buildings and improvements that the board approved back in 1995. With this proposal, additional signage will be added to emphasize the existing safety zone. Additionally, on June 12th of 2025, State Lands posted notice of the proposed walking area, both on the site, on the ground, and online on our website to provide information about the Game and Fish walking area proposal and to seek comment from the public. During that time period till now, no comments have been received. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would turn it over to our friends in Casper.
Okay, we'll recognize, I see Brian Olson, but I'll recognize whomever wants to speak.
Yeah, I will. I have myself, Brian Olson with Wyoming Game and Fish, and I have Randy Marton from the Marton Ranch, and I'm going to let Randy speak first, and then I'll make some comments after Randy is completed.
Thank you, Mr. Marton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here today representing three families. My wife and I, my son and his family, three children, 8 and under, and my hired man and his family, which are 2 young girls. I think I'll start off by a week ago, Thursday, after midnight, a vehicle drove into our headquarters, lights off, drove around. My hired man heard it. It was a diesel, and he went out and approached these people, and they said they were lost and they were trying to find the highway. They had driven by our private property, no trespassing sign. They were up to no good. He followed them out. They went out to the highway, and another truck lights came on out there, and they drove off. It was a group. No question they were coming into our headquarters looking to do something nefarious, I believe. My daughter-in-law is a runner. She was out on the road here not too long ago, and a truck pulled up behind her and followed her running. Then he pulled up beside her. I asked her if she saw who it was. She said she was too scared to look over. She ran back to the house, and my son went out to confront this fella, and he had already left. My 8-year-old grandson, he was 6 at the time, found a shotgun wad in their yard and walked in to show it to his dad. Now, for those of you that have ever shot shotguns, the wad doesn't go very far. I've also had 2 shotgun pellets in one of my bedroom windows in my house. A fellow came in this last spring. We have our heifers there. He came in and he drove up to our sign. My heifers and their calves tend to lay down beside the road. I drove over to see what he was up to, and he took off out of there going around 50 miles an hour, and how he kept from killing one of our calves, I'll never know. We brought our heifers to the ranch a year ago on July 3rd. We brought them out of the feedlot from Wheatland, brought them home, and my son went up on the 4th of July to check on them, and there was one laying in the county road, been hit by a vehicle. It had a broken back, and we had to put it down. These are just some of the things that we deal with. What also concerns me is fire danger, and I don't think we have to look too far back to remember what happened in Johnson County, where I grew up. and the fire that happened there last year, if people were allowed to pull in and park above my home on the river or above our headquarters, and a fire got started, we may not be able to control it before it would take out the headquarters. And I'll give you an example. A few years ago, a fisherman, we have 1 million fishermen floating down that river, stepped out of the boat, went to the bathroom, lit his toilet paper on fire for whatever reason, and we barely was able to shut that fire down before it spread across our winter country. Every sign on the ranch, even the stop sign out at leaving the ranch, is full of bullet holes. Someone came into our main corrals in the ranch and stole our 2 of our big metal gates. I now have to chain our gates up there because of people stealing. I just want to emphasize that this is all about the safety of our families. It really is. I understand what's going on out there. I understood it when we sold the ranch to the Conservation Fund, that we were going to deal with issues. I don't think we thought it was going to be as bad as it's been, but it is. I mean, our deputy sheriff told me that we have sex offenders throughout our community out there, which concerns me. Just back on last Thursday night, we got the license plate, gave it to the deputies. I wanted them arrested for trespassing, but the plates didn't match the truck. So they said it might be impossible to find these people. The last thing I'd just like to address real quick is the proposed parking lot areas. I really believe that we need 2 parking lot areas, one at where you enter the state land coming in on the main road. That's the focus that most of the people are going to come to. And the other one is coming down south. If you put the parking lot inside the deeded area where those 2 roads converge, in the spring, that road, it runs a lot of water. If we get any kind of rain, it runs down that road. Wherever you put that parking lot there where those 2 converge is going to be a muddy mess. It really is. We don't even go up that road going in. That's an access for us to go up into the ranch. We don't even take that road in the spring because it gets so muddy, and in the winter it piles up with snow. And I think the smart thing to do would be to put a parking lot where both roads enter state land. I think that would be the smart thing. We don't want to encourage people coming from the south more than we need to. That pasture is where I keep my ewe lambs, it's where I keep my heifers. And that gate coming into there is never closed. These people, we just struggle with people shutting gates. And I would not like to see us encourage more people to come down there south. There's over 68,000 acres up there for them to recreate on. I think the less they come down into our headquarters or near our headquarters, I think the better we would be. And it would make more sense to put those parking lots where each road enters state land. Thank you for allowing me to be in front of you today. And I encourage you to look at this and think about the safety of my families. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Thank Randy. Any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
The existing safety zone, that seems like that's a fairly small zone. I'm wondering, how that is that a fence line or something like that? And then the roads in there, are those all county roads or are they private roads on state property? I'm just curious about those 2 different things. And I understand the circumstances that you said on the parking area that's proposed is essentially in the wrong place as far as weather circumstances. That makes a lot of sense, but I'm just wondering the safety zone, is that just a line on a map or is there some physical boundary there?
I'll address the road part first. They're private roads. And our ranch maintains those roads. And so anybody that comes down from the south, especially if they tear it up, we fix them. The BLM doesn't do any of that. So no, they're private roads and we maintain them. The safety zone, I'll let Brian discuss that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the safety zone is actually like Ben had said before that it was actually approved in the 90s, so certainly outdated. I would propose to work with the state land board folks on, making that more realistic to be above the houses, so we don't have, bullets flying through the houses and things like that. Just expanding that up on the ridge a little bit. Working with Mr. Martin and his family, and also the board, in order to get that, in a better location, so we don't have issues with firearms and things like that.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bone.
Just to clarify, that line that you see there for the existing safety zone is a 100-yard buffer out from the buildings. And so that was the 1995 approval was 100 yards from the improvements. So if you wanted to change that, we could increase that length to say 200 to 300 yards from the buildings, if that's what I'm hearing. And then also just to clarify, with Mr. Martin, I understand that they would rather have the two parking areas at the entrances to the two roads on the north and the northeast, correct?
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Director.
I guess I suggest that we actually find a physical outline, whether it's the edge of the field or a fence line or something, so that can actually be posted, because it's hard to know when you're walking across an imaginary line unless you get a GPS in your hand, and that might not be a bad idea too, to have a GPS line there, but try to find a physical barrier. It looks like there's some natural lines there as far as higher or lower areas or fields that might make more sense. And I'm just curious, these roads go to and from something. Is there normal through traffic in this area here, coming in one end and going out the other, or some of them are a road to nowhere?
Well, 99% of the public doesn't even come into this area. We go up into the ranch. The county road goes up into the ranch. If you're going to come into the headquarters, the road comes into the headquarters. That's the main road. The road that goes south goes up into that pasture, and then it comes out on the county road up there. So you can access the county road by going through there, but it doesn't make sense if you're going up into the ranch. They don't come this way. The people that come this way are either the ones that are troublemakers, or they're coming into the ranch to see us.
Yeah, and Randy, I think the treasurer makes a good point. Is there we don't have the topography here, but it kind of looks like there's sort of a hill out there from the headquarters. I haven't been there, so
well, excuse me, I'm sorry. I think if you made it, and it's up to you folks how you do it, or the Game and Fish, but if you made the no rifle hunting zone the state land, I mean, it really makes no sense to have them down in there shooting. How far a rifle can go, and 200 or 300 yards is nothing. There's so much area above that to hunt. I mean, there comes a point where you just got to say, how much do they need? I think that would be the easy part, is just say, no rifle hunting on that state land. Shotgun. I mean, we don't see a lot of hunting there, but there is some, and there are antelope shot there. But that would make more sense to me. I haven't talked with Brian about that, and maybe it wouldn't pass the board's muster. I don't know that, but when you're talking arbitrary, the state land boundary is not arbitrary, and that would probably make it more simple for those hunters that GPS everything, which they do, and it would make it easier for them.
Yeah. That might be a little bit more work, I would think, Mr. Bump.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think this thing's quite ready for prime time. I think a lot of things are brought up. I think there's some things that need to be gelled a little bit. Can we table this till the October meeting?
Mr. Treasurer, let me just follow up on that
Yeah.
a little bit, because there's going to be a tremendous amount of activity. You've got, Brian, when do you have bow season starting and things like that?
Mr. Chairman, the bow season, I guess, starts August 15th for antelope out there. The rifle season actually opens on September 25th. And for antelope, and then deer hunting out there actually opens on that opens up on the 15th of October.
Mr. Chairman, could I just add something?
Yep, sure.
I think if we want to talk about revisiting the safety zone a little, I could understand that, but I think that restricting vehicle use into our headquarters, I think that's pretty cut and dried. I think that would be simple to do that on the state land, or just stop it at where the roads go into the state land. I don't see why we'd have to table that part of it. The rest of it, I could understand the safety zone wise. We could revisit that and have the Game and Fish take a harder look at that. But I think you're talking hunting season coming up, and we've put this off for quite a while now. I think this should be addressed, at least the vehicle restriction into that state land, if you would, please.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if that's the case, they want to move forward, I'd make an amendment. I guess, or present one, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, why don't you discuss what that is, because we don't have.
Mr. Chairman, move it to 2 parking zones, areas, and now I need the is up north on this? Is there up south on this one? Up is north. Okay, all right. So, Mr. Chairman, I would say that so the zones would be on the east of the road coming in from the top of the map, and either.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Wait,
Yeah.
Hold on just a second.
Just hold on,
Settle down. He's got the floor.
Point of order.
You'll have the floor.
This is a point of order. This is
Okay,
not
what's your
friendly.
point of order?
You're okay. Everything's okay. Just
You're
be
right.
calm.
You're right.
You're gonna be
Repeat
okay.
your point of order, sir.
Is this a motion? We don't have a motion on the table. So I would propose, I think the treasurer is making a motion,
He is making a motion.
not an amendment. So,
He said a motion.
okay, very
Proposing
well.
a motion.
Thank you.
Okay,
Point of
okay.
order resolved, please.
Okay, all right.
Proceed.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, this would be that we have 2 parking areas. One, is that going to be east of the the road coming in from the north, and then another one on either side that's reasonable from the land coming in, for the road coming in from the east. And that where those 2 roads meet, that a line from the section of that road to the corner of the road where it borders the 35, 25, 36, and 26, that corner, that line be a safety zone, and that particular area would be no rifle hunting, and expand the existing safety zone to where that road intersects down in section 35. That is south, approximately 1,200 feet south of the section line between 25 and 36. So you have that triangle there. That's the expansion of the safety zone. And the rest of it is hunting, however the Game and Fish and the landowner can agree on. But that expands that safety zone, I think, hopefully large enough that that no rifle is going to get from any of the other areas. And hopefully we got some high ground there that's going gonna protect the situation. So the restricted road is restricted. You have a new safety zone, and that's would be in place until it's changed by the board.
Okay, everyone understand the motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
just to clarify, Mr. Treasurer, so you're just expanding the existing safety zone down to the restricted road and access road?
Right.
Okay.
And then you have that triangle that goes from where the roads all are at that junction there, and then it goes to the corner, a line on the corner that is the corner of 20, 25, 26, 35, and 36.
Okay.
And yeah.
Mr. Bump.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just make a slight suggestion, it might be cleanest if that's the intent to just say the northwest quarter of the section.
Northwest corner of that.
The northwest quarter of the section.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, the northwest corner of section 36.
Northwest quarter.
160 acres to be the.
Oh, that whole quarter?
It's not much more than that.
Maybe this
So, yeah, it's,
serious.
but the problem is with that, you don't have any physical area there. I mean, we can do the northwest quarter if we want to do it that way, but then, you know, I guess I'd ask Mr. Martin, you know, if what I described is sufficient for a safety zone.
Yeah, what are you asking me?
I'm asking you the expansion of the safety zone, which would be north of the restricted road.
Yes.
And then it would be on a line from the junctions of the roads to the northwest quarter of section 36. The northwest corner of section 36.
So, Randy, there are two proposals. One is just the northwest quarter of section 36. And then the treasurer started by just trying to find the boundary on that road that is on this map. First mentioned is restricted and then access.
We basically just called it. From there to there.
Or we could go with the northwest quarter, whatever you guys are thinking about. It's I just wanted to get some physical thing on there, so when somebody crosses the line, they've known they've crossed the line.
May I, would not, when you GPS and you see you're you come to the state land, would that not be the simplest way to do it? So that people go, I can't shoot on the 530 acres, a rifle.
Randy, I got to tell you, having been through these things before, closing state land parcels is a process that we need to be very open on. And I can't support that today.
Especially inhibiting people's Second Amendment rights on state lands. It has been a bear to do that. I think we can make safety zones that are reasonable, but taking that away from the people, that would be I guess ill-advised.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
No buffer is going to stop someone from shooting at a structure, towards a structure, which you shouldn't do from 50 yards or 500 yards.
Yeah.
So if you put the buffer at half a mile, I mean, they still shouldn't be shooting towards a structure. The way I'm interpreting this, and I may be being too optimistic here, I really like the walk-in area solution, because what that will dissuade are the more nefarious actors who are going to just shoot up stuff for fun, because you have to get, you know, your parking is contained, and then you have to get out of your truck and walk, and then you are, and I'm not trying to stereotype, but you are filtering out some of that, and you are getting your more responsible land users and hunters who are not going to shoot towards a structure, even if it's 2 miles away. So my preference would be, I think that the parking areas are, I mean, I think definitely leave that to them to make a good decision based on what they know about the land throughout the year. The safety zone, I don't mind the idea of simplifying it, but I think my preference would be to leave it to them to look for a geographical area that, you know, maybe doesn't expand it to as far as you were proposing. But again, you know, these long range rifles go 1,000 yards.
Oh, yeah.
So it's making it a specific.
Right.
I would maybe leave that to them to keep it as small as possible, but maybe use the geography around that area. And it does sound like they have some existing signage, but that's and again, Mr. Chairman, I'm probably being a little too optimistic, but I think the walk-in area removes more of the problem than changing the safety zone ever will.
Mr. Bump, just a question. The question would go, who the walk-in zone and the walk-in area is administered by Game and Fish.
Right.
The safety zone we can establish as we need to, and as it becomes clearer. I think the auditor's point is well taken. I will note, and Randy, I've seen this, where you put the parking area is where you're going to see people stepping out to take shots.
Yeah.
And so that's a word of advice. If you put the parking areas at the boundaries, just anticipate there'll be more trash, more casings, more washers and
We'll get
dryers.
what we had in Gillette.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I understand that completely, but at least it gives us a buffer. Right now, they can pull right up to my son's house. This at least gives us a buffer zone. Here would be my advice is, we deal with this. We can do whatever you would like on the safety zones. If we can get the parking and the restricted vehicle use now, if down the road we see that this safety zone isn't workable, we can come back to you and say, here's the issues we have. We may never have to come back, but I think the lady was right when she said that it will help. The people that have to walk in there are normally decent hunters. The people that can drive in there, some of them aren't. So I think that at least getting that vehicle access shut down will make a world of difference, and we can deal with the rest of this down the road if we have to.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Treasurer, you were in the process of making a motion.
Yeah, I guess what I'd say is that we would leave the parking to them for the walk-in areas in areas that are as they enter or exit the roads from the north and the east. So those are where it was suggested. I'll make it a simple safety zone thing. Is everything east of the road entering into from section 25. And so there's a physical thing there, and that would be posted as a no shooting zone and no entry zone from everything east of that and everything south of the junction.
Okay,
So,
that is the motion. Does everybody understand it? Is there support for it? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been seconded. Is there discussion? Mr. Secretary.
Well, Mr. Chairman, really appreciate the conversation, appreciate Mr. Martin coming in and you know, I thank him, appreciate what he's saying. I think there are some issues that I'm sure law enforcement is investigating out there, and I encourage them to continue to investigate. But, you know, and I know he alluded to it, but I would just say that the sale that happened does have consequences, and that increased access was, you know, a decision that was made. And I think now for the state to subsidize a buffer, some sort of zone is just not appropriate in my opinion at this time. I understand it's a complex issue. I've long said we need to get these materials earlier. I had a little bit of time to reach out to some individuals that I respect on sportsmen's issues in central Wyoming. And the one that I was able to fully complete a contact on said that, you know, he'd view this as an abridgment on access. And so, you know, I think we continue to have this conversation, get some more sportsmen in here to talk about this issue. And as we continue to get that transparency, we can look at it. But I just think with the history on it, and I certainly, Mr. Martin, I understand that there have been consequences that didn't fully anticipate, and I really do care about the safety of your family. But I think there are some law enforcement issues that I know, I'm sure they're investigating, you know, that their law enforcement is investigating the issues out there, and I encourage them to do that. But without more of a process, I'm not ready to support anything like this. And I just think there are some consequences on that sale. And so I'm a no at this time, so.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I may need some help with the right structure, but what I'd actually like to do is have a motion just on the enrollment of the walk-in area and not address changing the safety zone.
So we don't have a,
I would go for that if it's better than nothing on this deal here, but excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I mean, we can do that. I can withdraw the safety zone issue and then allow the just for the walk-in area, and the parking area should be determined by the game and fish and landowner.
Madam Auditor.
Yes, I would second that.
Yeah, and in the safety zone area, I feel that when you do have that access, there are always two sides to the issues, whether it's a sportsman's issues or whether it's a landowner's issue. But I'll go to the situation that we had in Converse County, and I think that we erred on the side of the state on that one, as far as determining the safety of the folks that were on the ranch. And I feel that there are, I don't know, 60, 70,000 acres out there. If you got 40 acres at a safety zone, that is not an infringement on access when you have that much that have been opened up. And so for somebody who wants to live and die on 40 acres as far as their access, when they got tens of thousands of new ground to roam on, is I guess that's just a little bit too much, Mr. Chairman. So let's move down this road for a walk-in area. Let the safety zone issue be hammered out between the landowner and that. But you know, frankly, if it isn't increased and somebody is injured in a situation where law enforcement can't patrol something out in the country, then I don't think I could sleep at night if a little girl got in a situation that is absolutely repulsive to think about.
So thank you, Mr. Treasurer. To be clear, Treasurer and Auditor, these friendly amendments, we are now just talking about walk-in area and the parking areas being moved. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Further discussion? Motion clear enough? All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Martin, and thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the Board of Land Commissioners agenda.
All right. Want to break for, we are at 10:12, and so how about we come back 10:25? That's about 13 minutes. Thanks. back, but now as the State Loan and Investment Board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This meeting of the State Loan and Investment Board has been properly noticed as a regular meeting. First on your agenda is tab A, the approval of both the minutes for the June 5th and June 20th meeting of the board.
Members of the board, you've had a chance to review them. If they're, take them either individually or separately, as is your wish.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
would move approval of the June 5th State Loan and Investment Board meeting minutes.
It's been moved. Is there support? Been moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Okay, motion carries. I'd entertain
Mr. Chairman,
Madam
would
Superintendent.
move to approve the June 20th State Loan and Investment Board meeting minutes.
Thank you. Is there support?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Thank you. That motion carries. Nays? Sorry. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next is tab B, including reports. All of these reports are informational for the board. If there are any questions, we'd be happy to answer those.
Are there any questions? Any questions? Hearing none. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next, we move to tab C. You will, on your agenda, you will see that there was originally matter C1, which has been withdrawn from your agenda. So now we will be looking at item C2. The reason for C1 being withdrawn is that our office realized late yesterday that a comment on the emergency rules came in that had not been considered in our recommendation to the board. So we are requesting to do an identical set of the Chapter 11 and Chapter 16 rules that were approved at the last meeting to ensure continuity so that the rules don't lapse, but also so that our office has time to work with the commenters to make sure that their comments are duly considered before the board. So our request for matter C2 would be to have the board adopt emergency rules for the next 120 days on Chapter 11 and Chapter 16 of our rules.
Thank you.
So we're just re-upping the emergency rules.
That's correct, Mr. Treasurer.
Okay. All right. Mr. Chairman, I would move that recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Support for the treasurer's motion. It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will now move to tab F on the agenda. This is the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund matters. We have one matter for your consideration. In this matter, there are two applicants, the Town of Cowley and South End Water users. And there are two different projects for your consideration in this matter. First, an asbestos cement water line replacement. And second, the Lane 9 extension and West End tie. Both of these projects have recommended principal forgiveness at the rate of 72.115% and an interest rate of 0.5%. There may be individuals that want to speak on behalf of these projects. Our office is recommending approval of them. I would note that we received a letter from the mayor of the town of Cowley indicating his apologies that he couldn't attend today due to health concerns, but thanking the board for their continued support of projects within their community.
Very good. I think we have somebody wanting to approach the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name's Willie Bridges. I'm with Prior Mountain Engineering. I think online, Dave Banks from the town of Cali, who was the manager, might be there too.
Yeah, I think I see him there. Yeah.
So we just thank the board for the consideration and matters in this and are willing to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Bridger. Mr. Banks.
Yes.
We'll recognize you if you have any questions that you'd like to, or a statement you'd like to make.
Nothing really regarding this project at this point. We've been working on this for quite a while, and as the mayor stated, we really appreciate the support in the past, and hopefully the support can in the future as we continue to try to upgrade our infrastructure and things in our community here.
All right. Members of the board, any questions? Hearing none. Appreciate you making the trip. I would entertain a motion.
Mr.
Madam
Chair,
Auditor.
I would move the director's rec on the 2 projects under board matter F1.
Second.
It's been moved, it's been seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries. Thanks very much. Please convey our best wishes to the mayor, and hope he gets well soon.
I think on line 2, Tuffy Bros, who is the chairman of South End Water Users District, is there with some other board members. The motion is passed and we appreciate that. But if you'd like to hear from them for a minute.
Sure. Yeah, Tuffy, if you want to, Mr. Brost, if you want to address the board, we'll certainly listen.
Can you guys hear us?
We can.
This is Shane Brost. I'm a board member. I'm sitting here with Tuffy, who's their chair, and Owen Wanalock, who's also a sitting board member. And we'd like to just say that we really appreciate your guys' time and consideration on this matter. It really helps us provide a lot of better drinking quality water to expand our district. And we appreciate it.
And I would second that. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you all. Thanks very much. Very good. Congratulations. Moving on.
Mr. Chairman, next on the agenda, we go to letter I, and that includes miscellaneous matters. First on that list is Student Dormitory Loan Program Progress Report. This is an informational only report, and if there are no questions, then we can move past it, but wanted to make sure there weren't any questions from the board on that one.
Any questions? Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next is letter I2, Municipal Solid Waste Cease and Transfer Loan and Grant Program Request. In this board matter, you will see 2 requests, one from Eastern Laramie County Solid Waste Disposal District and one from the City of Sheridan. Both of these projects are for carcass management. Both of them are eligible for 75% of the projects that they have proposed. And so our recommendation would be to award $54,803 to the Eastern Laramie County Solid Waste Disposal District and $22,500 to the City of Sheridan Animal Composting Project.
All right. Any questions for the staff?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I recall from our briefing, this depletes the funding for this particular program. Is that correct? Are there any worries about additional applicants that might come or using the remainder of that?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, yes, this does deplete the funding for that priority index number 1 as part of House Bill 14. We haven't received any other applications at this time.
Okay. Further questions? Is there anyone that would like to address the board? Mr. Mump, it doesn't appear we have anyone there. Anyone in here? Okay. With that, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation on the 2 projects under board matter I2.
It's been moved and it's been seconded. Is there any further discussion? If there is none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Mr. Treasurer, is that an aye vote? Okay, thank you. Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That brings us to letter J, which is the Board of Deposits. So we can turn the floor over to the treasurer for these matters.
Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first one is J1. We've been through this several times. Actually, the recommendation will pretty much explain it. The treasurer requests the board accept its recommendations of the TDOA rate to be established by using the one-year treasury bill average yield for the full calendar quarter preceding this meeting, April 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2025. The rate of 4.03 will be for the second quarter of the TDOA contract year 2025 through 2026 to be effective October 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2025. And TDOA is time deposit open account. And the worksheet for that is on the back of the board matter J1. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask for a second and for the board's approval.
Is there a second? It's been seconded by the auditor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the next matter is J2, and that is for information only. This is report on the bank balances on the deposit and the collateral. And essentially, we have 42 banks that are available in this program. 14 of them are not participating. So 1/3 are not participating and 2/3 are. The amount of collateral for the program has 414,976,669 or $698. And the amount of loans are 225,674,044. So it's well over collateralized. That's the report on the banks. Self-explanatory. We don't have to read that. It's informational only. The next matter, Mr. Chairman, is also informational only. And this is on a quarterly report, is to provide to the board deposits indicating the extent that deposits have been provided collateral. And this is another report, Mr. Chairman, and that is for this time period. It's the same amount of banks at 42, and it's at 524,000, and the amount balance on that is 236,000, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
The next one is an action item, Mr. Chairman. This is an expansion that the legislators have approved. And this is to add federal credit unions to the program. And 7 have stepped up with the paperwork to move through the process. And I'll quick list them here. That's the First Education Federal Credit Union, Grand Altitude Credit Union, Meridian Trust Federal Credit Union, Pathfinder Federal Credit Union, Stage Point Federal Credit Union, Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, and the Uni-Wyoming, Uni-Wyo Federal Credit Union. And so, Mr. Chairman, if there's any questions, I'd stand for questions. If not, I'll make the recommendation.
Mr. Treasurer, the only question I have, would these will be included then in our bank reports for the TDOA program?
They'll be included as after this approval, they'll be included as a qualifying entity, but they won't be eligible for actually being included and taking part of that until the next quarter.
Okay.
So that's how it'll work. First they get approved, then they get their paperwork together, decide how much they want to go as far as that. And if there's funds available, then they'll participate.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Any further questions? Well, you're moving for the approval.
So, Mr. Chairman, I recommend the board approve the 7 listed credit unions to receive public funds on deposit effective August 7th, 2025.
It's been seconded by the auditor, moved by the treasurer. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Nays? That motion carries.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the next one is matter J5, and this is for informational only. This is report on banks withdrawing from participation as a public depository. And on May 25th, Cheyenne State Bank notified the State Treasurer's Office that was subject to an action, and they are withdrawing as a consent order is available on the FDI website. And so we have currently have a zero balance. Everything has been paid that the state was owed. So TDOA program is in good shape. And that is the cliff notes on that. The details are contained within the body of the J5 communication.
All right, thank you. And I just note, because I went back and looked at the collateral,
they're zeroed out.
Yeah, all right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the next one is what we just briefly talked about, was the bank and credit union designations as the depository. And Mr. Chairman, this would require a vote. And so it just follows up with what we did, the listing of them, that they're eligible. And this recommends that they accept the recommendation as for the list of deposits to receive the public funds on deposit. So the recommendation, Mr. Chairman, would be the state treasurer recommends that the board accept the state treasurer's recommendation of the list of eligible depositories to receive public funds on deposit. I'd ask for a second in favorable approval.
Is there a second? It's been seconded by the auditor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
You bet. Mr. Chairman, this is informational only, and this is our consultants report. Josh is available online, and this is the copy of the performance report is attached. And this has to do with a preliminary June 30th, 2025 monthly investment performance report. So Josh, you're out there? There you are, Josh. Thanks for coming. Yeah. You're up.
Thank you, Treasurer. Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Just a quick check to make sure you can hear me.
We can.
Okay, great, thanks. And I apologize, I had hoped to be there in person today. Unfortunately, I was a victim of the United Airlines computer issues that happened yesterday, but appreciate the flexibility to appear virtually. I've got two things to cover today in my report. The first is an update on the preliminary June 30th performance. And then the second will be some recommended policy edits pertaining to local government investing. Starting on page 2 of the performance report, the theme overall that we're showing you here for the first half of 2025 is that in spite of a lot of uncertainty, we saw in January the DeepSeek announcement, which created some uncertainty around the AI story for U.S. companies. We saw a lot of activity around trade policy announcements and temporary pauses and negotiated deals. We had Q1 GDP growth that was reported as negative. We had a the last holdout, Moody's, of the major rating agencies that had not yet downgraded U.S. Treasury debt from AAA to AA, did so in the second quarter. You saw a significant escalation of conflict in the Middle East. So lots of things to worry about, lots of things with uncertainty, yet markets really have kind of shrugged it off. And what we're showing you on the page are 4 different measures of volatility or concern in markets. We've got the VIX for equity market volatility. We've got the spread on investment grade corporate bonds. We've got the price of oil, and we've also got the the difference between the overnight rate and 3-month treasury bills, which can be seen as a sort of level of concern about the banking system functioning properly. These have all been pretty steady. So not a lot of market volatility relative to the uncertainty in the news that's out there. And that has manifested in a pretty good return environment. If you look at the next page, page 3, the quilt chart that takes up the left-hand side of that page, if you look at the far right-hand side of that, we've just got lined up from best performing asset class to worst performing asset class, largely positive. The only negative performer in the first half of the year was small cap U.S. equities. The best performer was non-U.S. equities, up almost 18%. Now, a lot of that is currency appreciation for non-U.S. equities as the dollar has weakened this year. But the S&P is positive 6%. Your emerging markets debt index is up over 7. MLP is up over 6. And fixed income generally did pretty well, as we did see rates come down a little bit and credit continued to perform just fine. Looking at page 4, you see the pie chart with the snapshot of asset values for each of the underlying funds. Current total at $32.3 billion for these funds. And we recently took a look back, and this is not on this page, but something that I found really, really fascinating was, we've got your performance records going back to 1996. And from 1996 through the end of 2024, so it's not even going to include the positive returns of the first half of this year. If you took the 1996 starting market value of these portfolios and you just added and subtracted the net cash flows, so you had the same cash flows and no investment earnings, that the value today would be about $9 billion. So what that tells you is there's about $22 billion of market value that is just from investing over that period of time across these different pools. So I found that kind of staggering in terms of just the importance of investment returns to these programs. Page 5 shows you the total fund performance. So again, this is a roll-up at the total fund level of all of those different funds on that pie chart. And keep in mind, those, as you know, includes a mix of funds with widely different purposes and risk profiles. But this is the one place where you can kind of get a clear view of overall, did you outperform your benchmarks over these periods? And as you can see, and this is net of fees, you have overall periods. And the fiscal year to date is this is the conclusion of the fiscal year, obviously, so it matches the 1 year. This is still preliminary. We're still several months away from having, all of the updated valuations for some of the private market investments. But we wouldn't expect the delta between the total fund and the benchmark to change much with those updates. And it does look like this is another year where you saw a pretty good level of net outperformance, 40 basis points at 9.6 versus 9.2. And the highest absolute return, so the highest total return, came from MLPs last year. That has been on a multi-year string of very good performance. The highest relative outperformer it was the hedge fund portfolio. And just a note of appreciation, I guess, for your former CIO, Patrick Fleming. The internally managed portion of this portfolio was actually up 17.7% last year, which is over 10% better than the index. And so he really delivered some really strong performance in his last year of managing this portfolio. In fact, if you were to take out the outperformance of the hedge fund portfolio last year, the total fund it is likely not outperforming. It's either right in line with the benchmark or maybe even a little bit behind it. So a nice parting legacy for Patrick with some really strong performance there. And if you want to skip forward to page 8, I'll give you just at a high level the returns of the underlying pools. Permanent Mineral Trust and similarly positioned funds in green, up about 11% net last year, as was Common School and the Higher Education Fund. Workers' compensation had a 7.6% return, and that's a mix of the long-term reserve, which is invested very similarly to the PMTF, up about 11, with the liability hedging assets also performing well at about 5%. On the next page, LISRA had a total return of 9%. That is a mix of two underlying subcomponents, a long-term reserve and a short-term reserve. Long-term reserve was up 13% last year, short-term up 6%. Pool A up 10%, and the state agency pool up just about 5.5%. So that really concludes the high-level comments I wanted to make on performance. I would love to answer any questions that the board has.
Thank you, Josh. Are there questions for Mr. Keevan?
Yeah.
Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, just for transparency's sake, just want to make sure, I mean, we got this email on what the CIO situation is right now. And just if we could just kind of run through where we're at on it and what the plan is and where the treasurer's office is on that.
Mr. Chairman, we'll address that after we get through the things that are on the agenda.
Okay. Thank you. Further questions? Mr. Keevan, you know, I really appreciate the volatility chart that you put up in the front here. It's interesting looking at the spreads that are showing up in the 3-month Treasury bill market. Can you comment on that?
Mr. Chair, you're referring to the line on the chart here that we're showing?
Yeah.
So this is the what used to be known as the TED spread. And we don't call it that anymore because that was relied on LIBOR, and LIBOR, as you know, has gone away and has been replaced with SOFR. But the SOFR, or previously LIBOR, is representative of the rate at which essentially banks will loan to each other overnight. And right before the financial crisis, you saw a spike in the spread between that overnight rate and the 3-month T-bill rate, which was a really kind of a warning sign that essentially banks were scared to loan to each other overnight because they didn't know who was going to be the next fall. And so that's why I say this is a kind of a measure that the market views as a level of fear that exists in terms of the banking system itself. So the fact that this is pretty flat this year tells you that there isn't a lot of concern there. You have seen some comments recently. Jamie Dimon was quoted in the Wall Street Journal not too long ago, talking about some concerns about the private credit market and how that may represent some systematic risks to the market. I did feel like the headline for the article actually over sensationalized what he actually said, if you actually read the text. And I think it's worth noting that the private credit market really exists because of the great financial crisis. That risk that could no longer be on bank balance sheets is now dispersed across investment portfolios. And so it really, perspective doesn't doesn't really represent systematic risk because it's not on bank balance sheets, it's on investment balance sheets. Doesn't mean that there aren't, potential areas of frothiness and concern that where investors may lose money in those markets. But as a systematic risk, we don't really see that as the same set of circumstances that you had in the GFC.
Okay. Thanks. Any further questions? All right, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the next matter is K2, and this is the local government investing issues. If you look through that, let's see. I'm not sure if Betsy was going to go over that. I don't see her in the room. Bill, you want to step up? But I can go over that. Start with it, Mr. Chairman. Essentially, it's moving into what the legislature did approve. And what we did there is look at the structure. To kind of clean things up, we took it out of the main area there, and with communication with your office, we moved it into the appendix. So everything on the I guess the local government funding is specific. A couple of things of note that with that last legislative effort, it pretty much put the fiduciary responsibility into the hands of the local governmental officials. And so we remarked on that it's not part of the Slib board here as far as those fiduciary duties or the state treasurer's office. From Bill, I think that everything's going to be pretty much the same. And with the big stuff actually going in the equity, which was added, and those are just the definitions of that, Mr. Chairman. And I guess Bill, you might go ahead and add any color to that you think's reasonable.
And Bill, just before you do, I mean this is the end of a long journey, Mr. Treasurer. It started by passing Amendment A, where we thought perhaps there was the opportunity because there were towns that were desperately trying to get portfolios, counties that were also trying to figure out how to get a little better returns when they were stuck with fixed income assets and are actually losing money over time with their savings. And, we moved first to corporate bonds, and that allowed for a little better return, but we had to set some sideboards to make sure that people weren't trying to day trade or anything along those lines. And finally moved into equities, and I'm thrilled that we are there. But I think we wanted to demonstrate the same types of care that we did not want to have people playing the market. We wanted to try to give some sort of side rails, if I remember correctly, around being prudent in investment, giving some opportunities to do that. And I would just note for colleagues here that sophistication among counties, sophistication among towns, pretty dramatically different from place to place. And I know that there have been folks that have approached me, former treasurer of Jackson said, good Lord, I don't want to have to deal with every investment folk showing up in my office and dealing with this on a daily basis, which is sort of what the treasurer's office has to do. And others who, were sort of being, I guess, peddled annuities and other investment vehicles. So I really appreciate the IFC spending time on this. It's always been clear that the state is not responsible for the decisions that are made, but we wanted to give the ability to be able to further their investment portfolio. And with that, your indulgence, Bill, thank you very much, please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, no problem at all. And in fact, I have nothing further to add. So I think what you said is absolutely on point. My understanding is Mr. Keevan was actually going to walk through this and present it for the board.
Okay.
Perfect. Josh.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in the board matter, you have the red lines to the full policy. I believe you should also have a separate handout that is just the changes. I see Betsy may actually be handing that out now. It's probably easier to simply focus in on the changes to the local government investment section. It's not as obvious what those changes are in the board matter because we moved it, and so it all shows up as a change in the board matter. So this version that you have in front of you should reflect the proposed changes to the local government investing language. And as the first thing you see, as the treasurer noted, it has been moved out of the main policy to a separate appendix. That move makes a lot of sense to us. And it also makes clear that, you know, this is pertaining to local governments. It does not apply to an investment portfolio for which this board or the treasurer's office has fiduciary oversight. It is strictly intended to provide those sideboards as you referenced. The first change in the second paragraph is, you know, there's just a simpler way to say this, you know, rather than calling out each sub component of the statute. It's simpler just to point to the overall statute that deals with this. The change to corporate, there are a couple changes to the corporate bond section, section 1A 6. That doesn't actually change that number. We're just changing for formatting consistency. So we're just showing one decimal place. It's still 30 basis points. And then on the next page, we did make one addition to the recommended language for corporate bonds. And that is to address two issues that in hindsight, you know, we recognized would have been good original additions to this language. And one is to require that for the investments in mutual funds and ETFs, that they only be in the lowest share class fee that's available to that institution. This is to prevent the sale of higher fee share classes that often have a portion of that higher fee that gets paid directly to the advisor. And then also as a regulator on trading activities, so that you don't have county or local government portfolios that are just getting churned for the sake of generating trade fee revenue. There's a suggested cap that that not exceed 20 basis points per annually of the amount that's actually invested. That then brings us to the recommended language for equities. And one of the overall things that we thought was prudent here, probably the most important part of this, is to restrict the overall level of equity exposure that's allowed in a local government portfolio. And we wanted to tie this to balance sheet strength. This is very similar to what we see in a lot of industries. The insurance industry is a good example of this, where state statutes often restrict how much risk an insurer can take, and it's usually often tied to their balance sheet strength. The specific measure that we proposed is looking at the amount that a local government has in liquid financial assets as a multiple of their annual budget. And there's actually a table. If you flip to the page 3, table 1, you can see on the left-hand side the multiple of the current annual budget, total liquid financial assets divided by current annual budget, that is held in total liquid financial assets. And so, for example, if a county had an annual budget of $100 million and they also had liquid financial assets of $100 million, that would be a ratio of 1. And if you look to the right, the 20%, that is the maximum amount that balance sheet strength would be allowed to invest in equities of their unobligated liquid financial assets. So in the example I gave, if half of that $100 million is in a debt proceed account for a specific construction project, and that's going to be spent. That portion is not eligible for investment in equity. So the 20% would be applied in this example just to the 50 million that's unobligated. The language, if you go back to the beginning of section 2, I do have to apologize. I got a little turned around in where unobligated sits in this language. And the version that you have in front of you actually needs to be corrected. It should read in the, it's the last sentence. It should read, for every multiple of the local government entity's current annual budget held in, and where it says unobligated there, that should be stricken. It should just say held in liquid financial assets up to a total maximum of 40% of total. And where that says total liquid, that should say total unobligated liquid assets. That language would connect to the example that I just walked you through in the table.
Josh,
so that
can
is,
you to where that language is on the page, just to be clear?
it is in page 2, section 2, in the first paragraph.
Okay.
And if you look at but it's in the last sentence. It's the 1, 2, 3, 4.
So it's
starting on the sixth line of that section 2. It says obligated. And if you start there and you get past the parentheses and it says for every multiple of the local government entity's current annual budget held in, and then strike where it says unobligated there. And you simply move that unobligated down a line to where it says maximum of 40% of total. It should say total unobligated liquid financial assets.
So, Josh?
Yeah, I'm thinking our printed version must be correct. Is that?
Yeah.
Betsy? Yeah, Betsy, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, Betsy Anderson, Deputy Chief of Staff and General Counsel for Governor Gordon. I did work with Mr. Keevan on this. The board matter is incorrect. In your book is incorrect, but what I just handed out, I did try to correct that. I maybe didn't get it exactly right. I said unobligated total liquid financial assets, and I think Josh is reversing the words total and unobligated. I don't know if that makes much difference. So.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't realize you had a corrected version. My point would be that the board matter, what's in the board matter does need to reflect the language that you have in front of you.
Yeah, so Josh, the way it reads is current annual budget held in liquid financial assets, comma, up to a total of 40% of unobligated total liquid financial assets, period.
That's perfect.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. We then go on to provide a number of sideboards. The investment must be in mutual funds or ETFs that are registered with the SEC. They must track a broad-based market index that is either US, non-US, or global. Broad-based means intended to capture an entire broad market, not just a narrow portion of the market. This is to make sure that there's diversification. The fund can invest. Oh, I'm sorry, please.
I got a question in that area there. I want to make sure that the language in 4 does not prohibit a entity from doing a MSC ACWI ex-US ex-China. And it's authorized in the areas of 2 and 3 with the included but not limited to. But I don't know whether you restrict it too much in 4, where it says for purposes full market index, it does not mean any more narrowly defined market such as sector or market capitalizations. But you say that it's going to take the entire non-US equity market. And that's something that even in our IPS, we have that dual thing where we have a ex-US, ex-China. And so I want to make sure that we're not prohibiting a company, I mean, a political subdivision from not, I'm sure people will want to not invest in China at their discretion.
Yep. Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, that's a good point. That was not the intent of this language, but I can see where it could be construed that way. The intent is to limit technology sector funds as one example, essentially to make it bet on a single industry. Yeah.
Maybe the way to fix that would be to add in there in two is to add in I guess an ex-China reference.
Mr. Treasurer, that's kind of what I was thinking too. That might be the clearest way to make that clear.
So under two, you would add after the final or MSCI, ACWI, ex-US, ex-China. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yep. Okay, so I would make that amendment, just so we're clear.
Yeah, and we're just discussing at this point, so.
Yeah. Okay, well, proper time.
Okay.
We do provide some sideboards for maximum expense ratios on the funds. These are not intended to be overly prohibitive because we understand some of the local government investors may not qualify for the lowest cost institutional share classes, but it is intended to prevent the sort of egregious level of fees that you could find in some products. And then we've got the same language with regards to trading activity. Funds must be bought and sold at net asset value, etc. Beyond the equity section, we simply add in the next paragraph a reference to equities. Because this is where we talk about when approving, acquiring, investing, etc. This is in corporate bonds or equities as described above. And then the additional language was added in the next paragraph. This was actually, I believe, a recommendation from one of the participants overseeing local government portfolios. We actually thought this was some really good language to add. When hiring third-party advisors, local government entities shall review each firm's creditworthiness, experience, financial strength, size, and any other factors that show the firm is capable of responsibly and effectively performing effective service. Essentially a requirement to do diligence on the advisors that local governments may be working with. And then, sorry, the last change there is just to be consistent with how terms are used and capitalized. So instead of just saying local government, we're using local government entities throughout as a defined term.
Hey, thank you. Questions? Questions? All right, Mr. Treasurer.
Yes.
I don't know if this seems like this would be appropriate, and I think we are deleting section 21 from the IPS.
Right.
And then we would add Appendix I, and I think it's with the language that has been handed out. Is that?
Yeah. I
With
think
the change that you want to make there.
Yeah, I think that would be it. And I don't, can we just have I guess, I don't know whether we need to have a vote on the ex-China, or is there, I guess without objections, we just add ex-China?
Yeah, without objection. Anybody object? No, I think.
I have an amendment, so.
Okay. Well, let's move that and then we can take up your amendment. If that's
Okay.
all right. So do you want to make that motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would move that the handout is the representative of what we're voting on, and essentially it removes section 21, puts that into the appendix 1 for local governmental investment, and further amends to provide protection on the expense ratios and allows for equity investing.
And you would add in
To that, I would add the protection that the local governments need to not participate in China investments.
Okay. And the language that we have in 2B Roman and 2, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So
I guess what I would say, and there and where if there's any other place where it needs to be put in to make it clear, then allow the staff to accomplish that.
Okay, that motion has been made. Is there support for the motion? It's been seconded by the auditor. All right, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah. So, the statute that passed in the 2025 session relates to, on ESG restrictions, relates to, pass this down, relates to state funds, but it does not have a prohibition on the local side. And so I'm proposing that we just add in the prohibition that is in state law applying to state funds and was in the IPS preceding that passing in state law to the local policy. So that's what it is, and I will move it.
Okay,
So it's stuff that has been supported by this board in the past. It's identical to what was previously in it. It's just applying it to the state, to the local functions. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I want to be clear here. We're asked to pass something that's not authorized by state statutes, so it's effective if it's authorized by state statutes in the future.
Is that a question, Mr. Chairman?
That's a question. I think that's what you said, but I wanted clarification.
Well, preceding the passage of the law in 2025, right, we had a policy in place and we put it into the IPS. You then went to the legislature, copied and pasted the previous policy and put that in law. And as much as we tried, I tried to beef that up a little bit, at least it's something. But then we removed the IPS language when the statute passed because it was superfluous, and we just put a reference to the state code. Well, the state code, when you go in there, only applies to state investments. It's actually pretty explicit on that. And so you have a little bit of a loophole here, and the question is, how do we get the anti-ESG language to apply to the local government investing? And the answer should be to go back to the where we were at before the passage of the law, which was to put it into the IPS itself. So that's what we're trying to do here.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the clarification would be that it never did apply to equities in the previous IPS in any form to local governments, because the previous IPS only dealt with investments in fixed income for local governments. So the clarification would be that for the Secretary is currently in statute, is there authorization for us to provide ESG guidance or restrictions, rather, not guidance, restrictions? That's my question.
Yeah, and I think, Mr. Chairman, I think we've already crossed that Rubicon by having a policy before 2025. If that policy, which was in the IPS starting in 2023, was somehow in violation of the code, then presumably we wouldn't have done it, but we did it. And I think at your office's recommendation, I'm sure you did that analysis, that it was in line with the code. And so I don't see any reason why this wouldn't be. And if this wasn't, then what the board did in 23 and 24, by that logic, would not have been lawful. I reject that argument, and that's why I'm putting forward the motion. And
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be clear. It wasn't an argument. It was a question as to whether what the legislative current legislative authorizations and by law it's expressly exist. And so now that I know that it's not a question of law from the Secretary's standpoint, I guess what we have to ask ourselves is whether or not it would be, I mean, I'm fine with putting ESG in these things. I just want to make sure that we're not going to get a situation where we've done something on a local government. We can do it for the state because we are the state and we have total control over the what we invest, but necessarily I don't know whether we have control over the local governments from that standpoint. But we did in the authorization for or fixed income in Wildstar 1 and 2. So I'm just trying to make sure that I don't know, do we have an AG representative here, Mr. Chairman, to give us guidance on this?
We do. We have Mr. Peters and Ms. Gamble.
Yeah, because I'm fine with just referencing the section that we have in our, in the statute. Is the Secretary all right with referencing the statute? But that statute that's just restricted to the states, not the local governments then.
yeah, and Mr. Chairman, that's the problem with referencing the statute. I got into quite a bit of discussion with my counsel on whether we could just reference the statute. But the problem is the statute exempts, it only applies to state funds. So,
Right.
I mean, this really is the language. This is the language that all the board members.
You have to export all of the language into this to actually make it effective.
And that's what we did, or at least the anti-ESG portions.
Now, I don't have that amendment in front of me. Did you bring that?
Ms. Gamble.
Yeah, did you not get handed it? It's passed down.
Which one is it? Oh, it's right there.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, right there. All right. There you go.
So Mr. Chairman, members of the board, in trying to make sure that I understand the question, getting a little bit lost in the conversation going back and forth. And I just want to clarify with you, Mr. Secretary, if we could exactly. I don't believe that I.
Mr. Chairman, and the treasurer can correct me if I'm wrong on characterizing his question, but I just kind of want to back up and because I know you guys got a lot of things floating and I want to characterize, I think, what's happening here. So back in 2023, as you probably remember, the board passed an anti-ESG statement in the IPS to apply to state funds. We tried to beef it up a little bit, but it was something, which is great. In 2025, the treasurer with the legislature passed a statute basically copying and pasting the old IPS language and putting it into the code. Probably remember earlier this year, the board then deleted that section because it was in statute and just referenced the code. Now, if you go into the code, the code is pretty clear that it just applies to state funds. I mean, if you just look at the bolded section, it says restrictions, I think, on state investing. If you look at the bill, it was, I think 144 or something, Senate File 144. Is that it? I think it was 144. So the issue here now is now we're coming back and putting and passing this policy on equities, but we do not have that statutory anti-ESG language applying to the localities. So I brought an amendment, basically copying and pasting what's in the code relating to the anti-ESG language, which is copying and pasting the 23 policy, which preceded the passage of the bill in 2025 to apply this to the localities within the IPS statement. Now, I think the treasurer's coming back and saying, well,
Don't put words in my mouth,
well,
Mr. Chairman.
I'm just trying to help them because there's a lot going on here. Do you want to characterize your question then? Because I think they're a little, they want a little more clarity.
Mr. Chairman, I've read this, and this was the language that I put into the 23 IPS. And I like that language, but it's not consistent with what is in statute. I would be, I guess, think that what I'd like to do is go ahead and put in language, because the language can't be referenced, that to put in the language of the statute in this area here. So we have consistency with what the ESG policy is on a statewide basis. And I think that's important, especially for the investment community, so they know exactly where the state stands. And it has the effect of actually having legislative oversight. And what happened, so the secretary knows the process, is that we had representatives from every mineral industry that was represented in the discussions on the Senate side in our office, and essentially the folks that were impacted by this, the oil and the coal industry, said that what we were doing in the state treasurer's office was fine with them, and so that's how this process rolled. But I would say, Mr. Chairman, that for consistency is that we just moved the ESG statute language into this area in the same place that the secretary has proposed.
Ms. Gamble, I just a question for you. It strikes me that there's also legislation authorizing local investment now. And I'm not sure that's the same statute that we're talking about.
No, it isn't, Mr. Chairman. It's our statute.
And you know, my perception is that this language, local government entities shall comply with all statutory requirements. It'd be interesting to see inclusive if that is the same. If it's
This is a tough question, because, Mr. Chairman, you are correct that the local government statute does require compliance with certain other aspects of the law. However, when, and Mr. Peters might have a different, maybe a clearer perspective on this than I do at this current moment. I apologize. I wish I could give you guys a better answer right now, but just now seeing this, I might have to chew on my answer here for a second, but what the new local government investment policy statute does require is that the investment policy for local governments complies with other portions of applicable statutes, such as 9-4715, which is permissible investments for the state when it comes to investing these funds. And so I guess off of the cuff, and again, Mr. Peters, please stop me if I'm incorrect. I think there is an obligation to comply with similar statutes in a different context, maybe not just with local governments, but what the state can invest in. However, I might need more time to chew on it.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, if I may, I think to get right to the heart of the question, it's The new legislation requires that investments made by local entities to comply with the investment policy statement adopted by the board. The new legislation that we have only applies to state investments. I think that there is authority within the legislation here that allows the board to adopt an investment policy statement governing local entities to adopt provisions either similar to what currently anti-ESG provisions that currently exist in our statute. I would suggest that we not cross-reference that statute specifically because, again, that statute applies to state entities. But if we were looking at the substantive provisions or the portions of that statute, I think it would be within this board's authority to adopt the substantive provisions for purposes of local government investments.
Perfect.
Hopefully that helps.
Thanks.
Great.
And that's, Mr. Chairman, that's exactly what I said, is let's just stay on the same page. I like this page because I like this language because it's very inflammatory and goes right to the point. But they took the inflammatory part of that, but they kept the meat on the bone, essentially said that you can, that you should hold these people to an ESG standard. And have absolutely nothing, I thought that could have been incorporated with all of the language there, but I think you're correct, Councilor Peterson. And so I guess if the secretary is so inclined that we just incorporate that language from the statute and use it in here, I'm fine with that.
The secretary has proposed an amendment, so I would ask for a second. I would ask for a second. I would
The
ask.
treasurer just said he's for it. Are you gonna second?
Well, I'm for it. It's amended in its current state. I'm not for it.
Okay, so how do you want to amend it?
Well, let me just say that I've called now 3 times. Is there a second? And Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry, it's Phil. Now you can go back on the same matter and we can continue.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'd move that we incorporate the language that's for the state in its entirety from that state statute, but we don't reference the state statute. We just incorporate the language in this area. And essentially what I would say is that if it's possible to put that in a separate section to set it apart, so it gives it more emphasis rather than just keeping it in the paragraph. Can we do that construction?
So what I'm going to propose, just because I think it's a little bit confusing where we are, is that we take a moment, Mr. Treasurer, if you could, if you want to make an amendment, that you draft that, and we'll take a pause.
Can I go to council and see
Yes.
if they can that?
And Mr. Chairman, just
Madam Auditor.
just seeing the exact site of what I'm confused with the 3 different highlights and anyway, I just need to see.
Right.
What and where. So
I'm
yes.
sort of hoping that perhaps Betsy, if after they get this worked, you've got already this here, is there a chance that we can get a printed clean version or some sort? Or I guess we'll just have the language and it'll insert into this. That'll be fine. I just don't want to end up with it's a good point that the secretary's raised, so.
Didn't include it.
Mr. Peters or Ms. Gamble, we will have you on tap. Maybe you should walk us through what we have here, and then I'll turn to the treasurer. We may have some comments from the public here too, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. What you have before you is our intent to replicate the substantive provisions from Wyoming Statute 9-4-722 with a few amendments, if you will, that I'm happy to walk through. So looking at 9-4-722, subsection A simply just provides, as used in this section, investment entity means the state treasurer and the Wyoming Retirement Board. What we've handed out, the copy to you, does not include that subsection A because it would not be applicable here. So starting with subsection B in the statute is what we have, just for formatting purposes, renumbered as subsection A in the handout in front of you. And we have replicated the entirety of subsection B from 9-4-722, with the sole exception of references in the statute to investment entity have been changed to local government entity for consistency with the Appendix 1. I will note, I think there are perhaps 2 references to investment entity in the handout that I missed, and I hadn't quite had those changed, but it is the intent that every time there is a reference to investment entity in the handout, that it will say local government entity for purposes of this policy. Moving down through the statute, in 9-4-722, subsections C and D of the statute related to the voting of proxies and proxy managers. So those were not replicated in the handout that we provided. Subsection E of the statute requires that each external investment manager selected by an investment entity to attest in writing, not less than 1 time each year after that manager has adhered to the requirements of this section. We have replicated that provision into what is listed as subsection B of the handout. So that is included. Going further down in section 722, subsections F and subsections G, again related to proxy voting. And so those have not been replicated in the handout in front of you. So for all intents and purposes, the handout in front of you is substantively the same as section 722B and 722E. It has just been renumbered, and references to local government, or sorry, investment entities have been changed to local government entity.
Okay. And then Mr. Peters, your thought here is this would be incorporated as a section 3 of the policy.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Let me get that policy pulled up again. We have section 1 and section 2, and the language starting as when approving, acquiring, or investing, that paragraph, that, it's my understanding, that applies to both section 1 and section 2. So for purposes of clarity, it's on the bottom of page 45. I think the proposal would be, again, just to change the formatting, the paragraph starting with when approving, acquiring, investing, reinvesting, etc., that would be renumbered as section 3. The paragraph with when hiring third-party advisors would be renumbered as section 4. The paragraph starting with additionally, any investment manager or advisor would be renumbered as paragraph 5. And the new language in the handout would be its own section 6.
Okay. I will let somebody put this forward, and then I'll
Move the language.
The language is moved. Is there a second? Okay, Treasurer, second.
Mr. Chairman? Just a question real quick for Mr. Peters. We may have missed in Romanet 6, the last sentence where it says lost to the state's revenue. Should that state also be local government entity? And if so, hopefully that would be a friendly tweak.
Okay. All right, let me ask if there's anyone who wants to address Mark or you guys good? All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
I think, you know, with the restrictions of ETFs and indexes that, you know, this is probably, I'm not going to say totally non-functional, but I think all it does is just allow a communication to the local governments, the importance of keeping track of ESG. It reiterates the highest total return on a risk-adjusted basis, which is in the prudent investor rule. It's optional on the proxies until there's a little change in the federal law getting into voting proxies with on ETFs and or indexes is pretty much impossible at this point in time, but it'll I think some of that, at least on indexes, may move forward to where we have some access. So, you know, I think it's more or less acknowledgement of the importance of ESG, but the actual utility of it, I think, is suspect. Or maybe I'd say suspect might be a little too strong, but maybe the utility of it's not going to be used that much.
Perfect. Thank you. A housekeeping issue for the record. I think the treasurer was about to make the motion, if I remember correctly, when we paused.
Secretary said, I'll do it.
Okay, we're good. I just wanted to make sure we.
Mr. Chairman?
We did note the problem. I would.
Yeah.
So let's.
Very good. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, one more little tweak in Romanet 4. Same thing, last line where it says state of Wyoming, changing that to,
That's where you were changing.
well, no, that was I did it in 6.
Oh, you
Yeah,
did 6. Okay.
So change both of those to the,
local government.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
and Mr. Chairman, maybe as a friendly amendment to the motion, you know, of course, absolutely no substantive changes, but maybe authorizing any other renumbering or typographical errors, given that we're sort of
Right.
That work for you,
building,
sir?
putting the things on
that's
the
fine.
fly.
Work for you, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Good, go with Sam.
Madam Superintendent, work for you. Auditor, thank you for proofing. All right. We have a patient on the table. The parts are all over it. I'll ask if there's any further discussion. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman. Mr.
Yes.
Chairman.
Mr.
Sorry.
Peter, I was looking at Josh. There you
We
are.
may have one more suggestion for the board's consideration. On the proposed language, it's going to be subsection A, Romanet 8. The last clause also says, and comply with all requirements of the investment policy statements adopted by the board under the statute. That might be perhaps a little bit broad, so we're wondering if that should also include applicable to local government entities. if there are some that are only applicable to the local government entities, that qualifier may be helpful.
Yeah.
So what's the addition?
The addition would be comma applicable to local government entities.
Where?
Second page. Comma,
Okay.
applicable to local government entities.
Otherwise, that opens up our whole ISP to
Right.
the board too.
Right. Right, okay. All right. Thank you. I'm going to ask one more time for discussion. Any comment? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
So I want to delve into one other aspect here in relation to C and, you know, on proxies. I think we got the anti-ESG on selection, but why wouldn't we also include some of that language on the proxies and making sure, I mean, we have that reference in Roman at 7, but why was that? You know, I think it's a separate issue, but why would we not also include that? Why was that? Was it just because you were trying to get the anti-ESG and then wanted to cover the proxies on a separate motion? Because, you know, the C flat out says in the second sentence, proxy votes shall be made in a way that is consistent with the investment policy statements adopted by the board. And, you know, Roman at 7 kind of alludes to that, but it doesn't say it actively. It says that you have to consider, it may take into account the fiduciary role in voting of proxies to force change. And it says may. So why wouldn't we include in C that sort of slam dunk and just on the proxy angle also slam that home?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
it's an unfunded mandate to local governments if we say you shall vote proxies. And so may gives them that, but without funding it, I'm reluctant to actually tell a local government that they're going to spend money just because the state on high says spend money.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to move subsection C then as a separate, I think it's a separate matter, so I think it was fine to cover proxies separately. But I think that we definitely should move that second sentence and we can exclude the first because that's a different issue. But, you know, the second sentence, proxy votes shall be made in a way that is consistent with the investment policy statements adopted by the board under 9-4-716 and in accordance with the pecuniary interests of Wyoming's investments and the state's financial interests. And that would be, I guess, like what is that? What are we on? Section 7 with B? So it'd be section 8.
Yeah.
And renumber the rest. So that's my motion.
Okay. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Mr. Secretary, sorry to say that failed.
Oh, that's okay. We try our best, right?
Oh. Director? What comes next?
Mr. Chairman, we have exhausted the matters on the agenda.
Madam Director, I think just procedurally, I think those were we had moved the.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yes, I think we're still
We're on the main motion now.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to vote aye on this. I mean, I think we got the anti-ESG stuff in there. It's too bad the proxies didn't get through, but we tried our best on that. The other board members weren't supportive of providing that proxy restriction on there. But we did get the anti-ESG statement. Yeah, it's an important issue that we really push back on this ESG. Thank you.
All right, Madam Auditor.
Chairman, I would move the main document for approval.
Yeah, I'll second it. I think we had a motion in a second, but
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
just to make
we're
sure-
on it. I'm
just
just,
to
I'm
make
just,
sure
it's
we're-
discussion.
we're covered. And
This is just discussion.
I guess what I would say is that the proxies are in there. They may do it. We're just not saying that you shall spend your money, and if it's important to you, you're authorized. Just so we know.
Okay. Any other comments? Any other? All right, now we're on the main motion. We're voting aye or nay. All in favor? I'm voting aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Now, Madam Director, Mr. Peters.
On the CIO, we went through that process.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
We determined the person that we wanted. The wrinkle in that is that he wants to get his bonus, which is substantial. It's basically 1.5 times his salary. His salary is coming in. I think we got a pretty good person identified. He's making over or right at $1 million a year, and he's coming in here and is basically going to get $600,000 after 3 years on bonus. So a good guy, but we don't have a guarantee that he's going to show up in January. So we're going to go through the process again, and if we find somebody better, then it's his problem, not ours. We've got an interim mechanism set up, and looking at have some good discussion with the IFC, and perhaps going strengthening that the interim prospect that we have now. Everything is pretty much online. People are doing their jobs. We've got a senior position that we got to fill that was recently vacated, and I've got a couple of folks that we're thinking about offering that to. So I think that's going to be a relatively short fill, we're hoping. And otherwise, we're beat our benchmarks again the way it looks right now for this last year. So that's either 5 or 6 years in a row. We got good managers lined up, and the process is moving forward. A lot of pipeline to fill, and some other things that I'll talk to you guys later as far as maybe improving the process and streamlining it a little bit more, in a prudent manner, and looking forward to maybe lower taxes and everything. Big, beautiful bills pass. I haven't read the whole thing. I'm sure there's something in there that I'll love, something in there, and I'm going, why did they do that? But that's how legislation is. It's the old sausage game. So I want to thank you guys for all your participation over the last 6 years. And it's been a good partnership, and I hope we can, continue the success that we've had in the previous 6.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to clarify and make sure I understand this correctly. There's always been my understanding. The CIO is a pure appointment of the treasurer. It does not come before the board for any vote. And I appreciate the update, but I just, one, for transparency, and two, just to make it crystal clear that you're just providing an update, and that ultimately that decision lies with you and not with the board.
Yeah. You guys micromanage me, but not at that level. And essentially I brought in the full participation as an advisory role from the IFC. So we're working with them hand in hand. The person that we have identified was unanimous by both the IFC and by our selection panel. And that did include Patrick. The next one won't, because he's no longer with the office. So we'll move forward and see who shows up on the next round. Yeah.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now with that, Director, Mr. Peters, we're golden. Director, anything more to come before us?
There are no other matters on the agenda today.
All right, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Has been moved and second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.